Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. After that historic kickoff on Wednesday night with a presidential address and an electrifying day one of discussions yesterday, we are just getting started. Yesterday, we laid the foundation, exploring the forces reshaping AI and policy and sports. And today, we are diving even deeper, looking at the ideas and the innovations that will reshape the future. So welcome to day 2 of the 3rd edition of FII Priority Summit Miami. Yes. My name is Mariana Atencio. I am honored to be your MC once again. And I'd like to begin by thanking the 2 men who have made this exemplary gathering possible. His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, the governor of PIF and the chairman of Saudi Aramco and FII Institute, and of course, Mr. Richard Atias, the chairman of the executive committee of FII Institute, our visionary leader. That's right. I'd also like to thank FII's partners for your continued support of our institute, and to all of you, to the change makers in the room, you are what makes this gathering possible. So take advantage of day 2 today. As we kick things off, I want you to buckle up for another day of groundbreaking insights, transformative discussions, and those meaningful connections, which is the reason why we are here. And now it is my privilege to welcome onto the stage, and I want resounding applause, our new CEO at FII. Her name is Penny Richards. Let's welcome her onto the stage.
Mariana, thank you. I love the word buckle up. I hope you're all buckling up. Hi, good morning, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, strategic partners, and members. It really is a profound honor for me to address you today as the very newly appointed CEO of the FII Institute. I'm really thrilled to be here, and I feel very privileged. My decision to join FII Institute was really very simple. It was straightforward. The organization clearly doesn't merely discuss change, it actively drives it. As one of the world's most influential platforms for global investment, for innovation, and for impact, FII's unparalleled scale and ambition resonate deeply with my commitment, and I think probably yours as well, to advancing humanity, sustainability, and progress. I promise, I commit to continue to build on Richard's legacy as he becomes chair of our newly created executive committee. As you all know, FII's legacy is built on action. Since its start, our summits and conferences have facilitated almost $200 billion in investments. It's a remarkable achievement, and we will continue to build on that. I hope you enjoyed the priorities so far. I think it's been extraordinary. We have clearly learned a huge amount yesterday from an inspiring collection of leaders, entrepreneurs, and real visionary people. We heard that private capital is no longer niche. It's stepping in where banks are pulling back. It's funding everything from regenerative agriculture to the next wave of AI. Alternative investments are surging while AI is moving from theory to action, demanding stronger infrastructure and governance, turning innovation into worldwide impact. It's that word again, impact, so important. While AI firms are accessing capital, the pressure is on to turn sky-high valuations into real revenue. Also yesterday, we heard from global leaders in the finance sector. We learned that crypto is proving it's here to stay, with stable coins now facilitating more transactions than traditional financial networks. The message really is clear, and it's always going to be clear at FII. Finance, technology, and investment are converging to rewrite the rules of the global economy. I promise I'm not going to stay for much longer, but I'm just really, really glad that I have the opportunity to extend my real heartfelt thanks to our speakers, to our partners, to our investors, and to you all. Your trust, your commitment, and your bold thinking are the pillars of FII's success. Let's remember that today's discussions are merely the foundation of the future we're building together. So enjoy the compelling conversations today. I hope you have a fantastic day. I hope we're building on the successes of the last 2 extraordinary days. And we really look forward to seeing you in Riyadh in October. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny, and welcome to the Institute. And now it is my honor to introduce our first panel. It is a subject matter, an issue that is on the news, in all our minds. Will tech companies be more powerful than governments? Let's please give a round of applause to our panelists. Dan Schulman, Vice Chairman and Managing Partner of Valor Capital Group. Tony Florence, Co-CEO of NEA. Vittorio Colau, Vice Chairman of EMEA for General Atlantic. Karma Artigas, co-chair of the UN AI Advisory Committee, and our first moderator from CNN, Gabriela Frias.
Gracias. Hello. Hello. Good morning. How are you? Lovely. It's Friday. We're happy and we're excited about this topic. I'm delighted to be part of this conversation. Let me set the scene for you so that, because I'm going to have you participate, take part. Some, informal surveys. So the question is, will tech companies be more powerful than governments? Some people would say that's not a question. That's no longer a question. The first thing I'm going to ask you, please raise your hand if this is a topic that concerns you. Please? Oh, not so many people think that are concerned. That's interesting. It's something that excites you. Oh, you see? Exactly. Okay, so we're going to talk about that. And setting the scene, but you know this already, tech giants are amassing unprecedented wealth and influence. Their power is increasingly and rivaling traditional states. So we're talking about the traditional state and some of the companies, even Mark Zuckerberg, you must remember when he said, they're not like a company or a corporation. They should be treated more like government. So we're already talking about that. We know their market cap is exceeding $3 trillion. So what we want to find out through our lovely panel is how do we balance that? We should be worried. What should we be doing? So right now it's a call to action. Let me start with you, Dan. Are you worried? And you're not worried? How should we frame this debate that's not new? It's been going on for years. But probably since January 20, more people are talking again about it.
Well, I think it's a little bit of a complex question, and I think it's actually evolving rapidly as well. I think clearly tech companies are becoming more powerful over time. I think many governments are becoming less agile and ability to react in a very fast-moving environment. But I think, as I think about it, I think for now, governments have more power than tech companies do. They've got regulatory authority. They can tax. They can legislate. They can impose penalties on tech companies, whether they be fines, up to antitrust, breaking them up as well. And they have the ability to enforce that. They have the ability to force that through judicial, through law enforcement, through military. And theoretically, governments have moral authority. They were elected by their citizens, and so really their ultimate goal is towards the public good and not towards profits. On the other hand, you look at tech companies, and they're massively powerful. They have huge economic influence. Every bit of our infrastructure relies on tech companies, whether it be, low Earth orbit satellites. I think like 54% of them are controlled by Starlink right now. Whether it be critical internet infrastructure, wireless infrastructure, the tech companies control that infrastructure. They also basically control the megaphones of society today. Like, we do not get our information anymore from basically linear TV or radio. It is done through social media.
Yes.
And those who control X, Meta, TikTok actually have the microphone that can influence how we view information. That information is controlled by algorithms.
Yes.
Those algorithms are opaque, and tech companies can define what stories you see up front, what can be deprioritized, and that can affect the way we think about our society, and they can affect elections as well. And because people use them all the time, they can threaten to withdraw services, and governments have a difficult time when a Facebook or a Meta says, I'm going to withdraw that service if that regulation is passed. And so I think what you have right now is a very symbiotic relationship between the two. They actually count on each other. But I would say, like if I look out 10, 15 years from now, I see tech companies becoming more and more powerful. Yes. And we'll have to see what governments do as a result of that.
And it's important to see what we're going to do, because we're talking about geopolitical actors already. We already have, episodes with big tech companies talking to governments, challenging governments in Brazil, for example. Tony, you led investments in companies that focus on energy, and also you previously were the MD and head of technology investment banking at Morgan Stanley. What do you agree with Dan? What's your perception?
Well, I would never disagree with Dan Schultz, so let's start with that premise. But no, look, I mean, I think Dan framed it well. I think that this is an evolving dynamic. Yes. I think if we look back over the last 2 decades, there were times when the large tech companies sort of appeared to have, sort of growing influence, and that was pulled back. And so I think this is a pretty dynamic environment that we live in. I think both are kind of critically important. I think that, what we're seeing, we heard a little bit of this over the last couple of weeks, that in the U.S., the new administration, I think there'll be more collaboration, between both the government and large tech companies, which I think is a acknowledgement of the role that these large tech companies play in the global economy, and certainly the power and influence that they have in the U.S. economy, both in terms of economic growth as well as sort of core infrastructure. And frankly, capital. I mean, I think you can't, look, you've got 4 companies this year that are going to deploy $400 billion of CapEx to continue to innovate and ensure that we've got the right infrastructure for a lot of the services that Dan alluded to. I think the other countervailing point that I would make that I think complements what Dan said is the other critical thing that the governments can play a role in is ensuring that you've got the spirit and ecosystem of innovation alive and well. I think we've seen that, across emerging economies. I think the Kingdom has done an incredible job of that, and I think the U.S. obviously has been a leader in that. So I think what someone like myself that lives in the world of startups and innovation really cares about is a recognition that, like a lot of these large companies we're talking about today, were startups, 10, 20, 30 years ago. And so what's really important also is that the conditions for entrepreneurship and innovation, are maintained. I think the governments have a role in that. I think they have a role in that in terms of, constructive regulatory policy. I think, the capital markets have a role in that, which is regulated, in ensuring that risk capital, can continue to flourish. And that, from a societal perspective, that the risk-seeking opportunities that, like, our young entrepreneurs want to lean into, that there's a good commercial reward system for that. So I think as long as that happens, I think we're going to be okay. And I think the symbiotic dynamic that Dan alluded to will continue to coexist.
And it'd be interesting from you both to hear a little bit about, is there a ceiling for the new startups in terms of, competition, which is something that it's also been discussed in terms of, the ceiling is set up by these big companies. Let's talk about your experience government internationally. Let me start with you, Vittorio. You should know, Vittorio was also a contributor to Mario Draghi's report on the future of European competitiveness, a hugely important report. And I'm talking about this because probably there should be a reflection on the government's role in the past years for this scenario to be how it is right now. Powerful tech companies, citizens maybe not so happy with their governments, and probably the lack of investment that is an acute problem in Europe. Is there a mea culpa from governments for what has not happened in the past years that we're here? What do you think, Vittorio?
First of all, which one should I use? This one? I don't know. Okay, probably
there you
this
go.
one. Okay,
yes.
This doesn't work.
Thank you.
Technology. Of course, there is some mea culpa, especially in Europe. What I think in the Draghi report we have clearly highlighted is that Europe needs completely to change. And I'm talking specifically about technology. Forget about the political governance, the majority voting.
Yes.
That thing is not my stuff. Of course, there is a change, and of course, there is a strong need for more investment. But I really think that there is a crucial point that both Dan and Tony have touched, which is this. On one hand, we need the big companies to make these big investments to accelerate the digital transition, to create infrastructure, to create the platforms, to create this massive movement for other industries, other sectors to digitize and modernize. On the other hand, and this is the core of the issue here, we need to be sure that the great entrepreneurs, the ones that Tony backs, the 240 entrepreneurs of General Atlantic growth, they can continue to grow their product, their services, without at some point, inadvertently or by decision, being quashed by these mega giants who just can do a product extension or a small entry into a little segment and then de facto kill the opportunity for those entrepreneurs. And I'm on several boards for General Atlantic.
Yes.
The discussion is always, we want distribution through them. Are they going to kill us? We want to partner with them, yes, but they only need to bundle something. And if you look at the report, the Draghi report, we have been fairly critical of GDPR, privacy, AI Act in some aspects, and I don't
then
want
you
to
say so.
we were in two different governments at the same time. So.
Yes.
But on the other hand, we have not been critical of Digital Market Act, especially in the parts where it says either economic dominance or bundling or product extensions should be carefully watched by the regulators. Otherwise, the wonderful companies that we all back will have troubles at some point in their life. And this is what we try to distinguish, which is why I understand the criticism on some of the implications of AI Act and GDPR, but I don't understand the criticism on the market-related regulation, because that is exactly what both Dan and Tony were talking about. Protecting innovation, protecting the guys General Atlantic and many other great firms are trying to make into the next 10 years companies.
But getting into an agreement seems to be the first hurdle that has not been able to be overcome in Europe. So how do you, and let's not talk about politics, but let's talk about getting into an agreement in a room of, let's say, 26 people having to agree on how to look at it.
I'm sorry, I know this is not off the records, but we wrote it so we can say it. Let's face it, we have 240 regulators across Europe. You don't need 240. It's enough to have 10 in Brussels. But these are, very, very entrenched local positions and cars, offices, roles that are very hard to dismantle. I think that I was telling you before that we have said for 6 months that the Draghi report is so great. Now we should say that also the implications of the Draghi report are great, and this is the hard test, because the implications of the actions will be the real test for Europe.
Of course. Karma, you've been already challenged about, I'm sorry, about your role as a co-chair at the UN AI Advisory Body, and you've also worked for the Spanish government as well. You're an entrepreneur, so how are you seeing things first, getting into an agreement and understanding the moment that we're living in terms of this evolution?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say that the introductions before state that the technology shift is the balance of power. not only between countries who own, for example, strategic raw materials like rare earths or unique capabilities like chips production, but also between new players which are not countries and have the same or more powerful players of the big tech, for example. And that makes us rethink what is the real role of governments. And I think governments must all intervene. I mean, first of all, we cannot expect that the companies act as NGOs. They need to maximize their private profit. So, of course, we expect that they behave ethically, and that's where I think the governments have a role. When the governments have a role when there is a market failure, the governments have a role to build trust for consumers, trust for citizens, to avoid monopolistic practices, and I think when regulation has a role here in the tech sphere. So, but sometimes people mix, and I think talking about regulations in the US is something not very popular, but I think people misunderstand three concepts that are very well interrelated, but are different. Ethics, governance, and regulation. I have found nobody in this room or any other room that do not agree that we must develop AI in an ethical way. Development and use, prevent unintended or intended misuse of AI by bad players, protect us from the safety or the national security point of view. But the point here is not ethics, because ethical guidelines are subjective, depends on country to country, because they have different principles or values, or depend on the CEO of the company. What we must ensure is governance. What are the systems that are in place? What are the instruments we put in place to ensure that both companies and governments behave ethically? And regulation is one of these tools, but not the only one. No. We can achieve the same results, for example, with market incentives, with transparency, with oversight, with monitoring. And that was really exactly the role that we propose from the UN. We are not pretending that the UN becomes the over-regulator body in the world. There will be different geographical regulations because each market wants to organize in a different way. And the problem of Europe has been that we are not a country. We are 27 different countries. And the competitiveness problem of Europe doesn't come from regulation, it comes from regulative fragmentation. However, the AI Act, that I was a leading negotiator, so I'm the one to blame, it's just one act that applies to 27 countries at once. So that's a way to solve it. While, for example, in the US now you have 150 different laws affecting AI, in different states and different verticals. So last word is...
150?
Yes. Oh. So you say that you are not regulated. You are very much regulated too. But you don't have an overall, I would say, federal law that this is why it's so difficult to comply, but legitimately the business don't want to comply. But in this particular case, the EU AI Act does not regulate AI. That's another misunderstanding. We only regulate the high-risk use cases of AI, which is where this affects security, safety, or fundamental rights in a specific domains. And why I'm serious about this? Because the only way all these guys can, and you can have your huge investment with a high level of return is if these technologies are adopted massively, mainstream, in all vertical sectors. And that can only happen if we build trust. Trust for consumers and trust for citizens.
Dan, Tony?
Well, I don't disagree with anything that Carm said. I would just say that there's a tension in the system. And the tension in the system is there's a race going on. This is company versus company and country versus country. And when I said that there's a symbiotic relationship between government and big tech companies, it's because there's this race happening. And well, probably most, I won't say every, but most companies developing AI would agree with a lot of what you said. We need to be sure that the worst of it isn't unleashed. But it is moving incredibly rapidly right now. I would bet that we will reach, ASI, artificial superior intelligence, in the next 2 to 3 years. And that is going to be very difficult for regulators and governments to keep up with, while at the same time they want that speed, right? Because if your country falls behind on AI, you fall behind on military capabilities, you fall behind on economic opportunity, you could be subject to misinformation campaigns from somebody else. And so being at the leading edge of some of these technologies, whether it be AI, whether it be quantum, is extraordinarily important for governments and countries. And so making sure that the speed of technological change, which is exponential right now, it is exponential, that the regulators can keep up with it, that is the pressing challenge. I don't think there's a huge disconnect in philosophy as much as there is in the speed of change.
Tony,
yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think, as Dan said, whether you agree with the word race or not, like there is a palpable sense of urgency that the sovereigns are having today, that various industries are having, certainly the innovators, the young companies, which, by the way, are not only creating, these startups are not only creating the next generation of world-class technology and products, but they're also putting a lot of competitive pressure into the system for the larger incumbents to stay relevant and drive innovation and take advantage of their advantages, which is scale, capital. They have a pretty big customer base. And so that's key. At the same time, I think the other thing that I think is really important to consider here is the broad-based impact that technology is having today, and as Dan is alluding to with AI, which is a pretty in some cases broadly used or overused term, its impact on fundamental industries like energy, financial services, healthcare. Right, where we're one of the largest investors around, like that also levels up the level of importance today of getting this right. It's critically important, for countries and economies to really enable that, because I think the large industries that are not necessarily technology leaders but laggards really need to sort of start to continue to adopt innovation. And I think the opportunities are extraordinary, like what's going to happen for the economic growth, the growth around society, and sort of improvements that we're going to see, the impact on the labor forces across, energy, financial services, healthcare, go across the core industries of the U.S. and globally. That's the power of what we're going to see. And I think it's important that governments, as well as sort of private industries, are allowed to sort of cooperate and collaborate in the right way to make that happen.
Then we're talking about collaboration.
Because healthcare is regulated, financial services are regulated, energy is regulated, and so I think we're at an extraordinarily interesting time. And I mean, we're venture capitalists at heart, so we're very we're excited about this. We feel there's an enormous amount of opportunity and optimism, I think, globally for what could come. But I think we've got to have the right alignment of incentives and to make that happen.
Right alignment of incentives. But you want to say something?
Please. I just want to build on Tony's comment. This point, and also Dan, this point of collaboration is essential, because let's face it, nobody knows exactly how things will look like, not 5 years from now, 12 months from now.
Of course.
That's the reality. So how can a regulator really be effective when you're facing dark is a question. Now, companies, historically, tech companies, when I was running Vodafone, they were honestly very engaged in collaboration with governments and so on, because the speed was slower, because we liked it and so on. Now there is, and this is a bit of criticism that I make to the large tech companies, there's a little bit the attitude of saying, we do it because we can do it, and forget about your regulation, which is wrong, because it could lead to unintended consequences that could be bad politically, and we know that if they are bad politically, either on employment or on something, they will generate a backlash of some kind. We don't know which one, but it will. Now, health. Health to me is a wonderful example. There was a meeting in Paris last week. Health was discussed. I work for a digital health company in the portfolio of General Atlantic. The debate whether this should be public or private space is a little, in Europe in particular, is a little bit of a fake debate in my view, because it will be both, and it has to be both, because you cannot think that governments can really do all the amazing things that are going to happen in health, which will benefit the citizens, But you cannot also think that governments will allow completely private companies to completely own the data of their citizens for the foreseeable future. So a debate is needed. And a debate based on honesty and based on, of course, self-interest, because everybody has a self-interest, but based on the concept that if you have healthy societies, then the opportunities for the entrepreneurs will be better than if you have this erratic thing with conflict and then resolution, then change. So personally, but also institutionally, as for the company I work now for, we really encourage this engagement. And that's why we encourage all of our companies to really engage on these frontier discussions and try to shape them. And I have to say, large companies, they are a bit too arrogant in these days, and small ones are worried that their voice cannot be heard.
If you can give us a practical example of that debate, because I think we're talking, without the practical example, and I think it's important because we're talking sovereignty here from the
predictive health, very simple, predictive health.
Go ahead.
So I have all the data, sorry, one company has all the data, Dr. Lieb has all the data about myself and can do health prevention, advise what type of, probability of my having certain diseases and what to do and how to do it. And of course, there is a whole chain of economic consequences of it. Now, when I was in government, we designed a data policy, especially for health. Health is 30% of the global amount of data in the world. We designed a policy which was aimed at saying, as government, we want certain safeguards on where the data is resident, how you treat it, blah, blah, blah. But you can do it as a private company if you want. And because, now, of course, also the state wants to do it for their own competencies wherever there is a public health systems, in the UK, in Italy, whatever, in France. But you need to define the rules together in order to not make innovation impossible and really give the benefit to the patients or to the citizens, but at the same time safeguard the integrity of the system. Health is the quintessential.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I would add in this that what we're seeing is a trend, but probably nobody's so, I don't know if everybody realizes, which is going not to data sovereignty, but data nationalism. Data is another national strategic reserve these days, because all the business are relying on data, which is a clear asset. So when you're placing a data center outside your country, you are not placing infrastructure. You're placing your citizens' health data in another country. You're placing your company's IP in a different country. And all these geopolitical implications must be taken into account when we make decisions about where do we place data centers in like-minded countries or not like-minded countries, and what are the geopolitical implications on that. So I think that is what is changing the nature of the businesses, because in this interconnected world, even though we tend to have, again, our resources closer to our geographies, and it's probably the end of multilateralism and the end of the globalization and the world is flat, as Tom Friedman's put it, the reality is this is not empowerment if we do not guarantee data flows with trust. And we need to build infrastructure. I think blockchain can be a solution. And how can we exchange data among one country and another, but with trust? Because that is a critical factor. And at the same time, just to point out, even though technology companies are more powerful than ever, I think they are very dependent on national governments than ever. So you can control the chips and you can control the data centers, but you depend on national grids and national investment on energy distribution. And I think that generates not a battle between who is more powerful, is what is the new governance models we need to establish, what is the new social contract between governments and private companies. So we are not competing, we are not colliding in terms of private interest and public interest, but we're collaborating for social good and for developing I would say, huge opportunities of AI for the good of humanity. I think the opportunity is immense, and it cannot just be concentrated in very few hands in the global north. We have the great opportunity to create new entrepreneurial ecosystems in the global south, in other countries with other cultures. Remind that everything we know about AI has only been trained by data from the global north and computing power from the global north. Out of 110 supercomputers in the world, there is no single one in the global south. There is no representative data with other cultures, other religions, other cultural legacies. And I think that's a huge opportunity. We saw it yesterday in the Pite Demandis this panel. There's a huge opportunity for new players, and I think that's what we should aim for.
I was going to ask you exactly the Global South, what your interaction has been in the role that you're right now playing, in the past year, for example.
There's a lack of inclusion. I mean, there's a global deficit in 3 aspects. Lack of inclusion, lack of representative of misrepresented data that leads to unrepresented opportunities. So we want equality in the opportunities. We need to guarantee equality in the access. That means access to data, to talent, and compute. And for example, we are proposing a global fund for artificial intelligence, not only to develop these new ecosystems in the Global South or for entrepreneurs, but also how can we use AI for sustainable development goals. But there's also a lack of transparency, and that's what generates lack of trust. And we need to ask transparency because this has been a technology that has been developed in the R&D centers of private companies, not in the academia, because they were owning the data, and they are not obliged to publish. We see that more and more, and their companies certainly are much more transparent, but that's what we need, transparency mechanisms to build trust, and I think that's what we are aiming for.
Trust seems to be the key word here. Go ahead, please.
Another area where it's incredibly important, this cooperation, is for smart mobility. Smart mobility, data for mobility have implications for private businesses, for public authorities, for public transport, for road building, so again, the sharing of this information is very important. And I have to say, for example, in my experience, here was not the public, the difficult part was the private, because some of the private players did not want to share the data because it was, an advantage to their business. And again, their business remains small because of that. It could become much bigger if instead there is this openness. So there's plenty of areas where this could really happen.
Interesting. Tony, I was going to ask you about examples, interesting examples of how much, startups are thinking, I might, end up selling my business to these big companies, and maybe that's what I'm looking forward to. That necessarily wasn't the case years ago, but maybe it is. So tell me about, there's not a ceiling in terms of, that competition that we were talking about when you're, talking about investing in new ventures.
Well, look, we have such a long-term horizon that, we're not investing in a young company to sort of, assume that we're going to sell it, relatively quickly to a large tech company. I do think the conditions for M&A and for large industries and large players in industries to sort of use M&A and acquisitions to take a leadership role in technology are much better under this administration than they have been. So I do think we feel like there'll be an opening, a little more openness around that. I think if you look back, all the big companies that we're talking about today, have used acquisitions. Many of their best products and services have been acquired, some of them from our portfolio. So I think it's a healthy sort of opportunity. And I think at the end of the day, it comes back to what the founders and the team's ambitions are, what the realities are of the market that are going to kind of influence whether that happens or not. But I do think that, whether it's in healthcare where, pharma and large healthcare companies have looked to the startup world to sort of, acquire technologies and products and scaled innovation, or, other large industries or the technology companies, it's kind of a core part of the ecosystem. It's certainly important for both the capital markets, investors like ourselves, and also for the global economy. And we're more constructively optimistic that the conditions for that will be much more open and constructive today than they were over the last couple of years. But we have such a long-term horizon that we're really focused ultimately on building big standalone independent companies and looking out 5, 10, 15 years.
Lovely. We're out of time. Can't believe it. We could go on and on and on. So I hope you found this session interesting, and I'm really grateful for your ideas. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This way. Thank you so much to our panelists. What fascinating concepts, the idea of data nationalism and this race, as Dan Schulman pointed out, between countries and companies determining the speed of innovation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat because it is my great pleasure to introduce a man who is beloved by so many people here. He is the engine, the face behind one of the kingdom's most precious crown jewels, the city of Diriyah. And in fact, he is always on brand. When you ask him, Who is number one? The city of Diriyah, he goes like this. So I want us all to make the number one sign. Can we all do that to welcome him on stage? Let's do it. The group CEO of Diriyah, Darian Cirillo.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. It's amazing to see FII 3. As my divine wife Prudence says, today when you only have 10 minutes, it's a soundbite. But I thought we would prepare something for you that's 3 minutes, because on these giga projects, which are legendary in the kingdom now, a little fact check. If you take the 6 GCC countries, most of them are quite small, as you know. And 5 of them, other than Saudi, would fit into the state of California. But Saudi Arabia is 5 times the size of California. A lot of people don't know that. So when you're building a tourism industry, to take tourism GDP from 3% pre-COVID to 2030, where it's to be 10% of GDP, you have to put in a giant tourism infrastructure, which we're well in the way of doing, right? So just to give you another fact check, everybody knows Beverly Hills sitting in the metroplex of Los Angeles. Beverly Hills is 14.7 million square meters. Diriyah is 14.2 million square meters. So before you had Saudi Arabia, which now on September 23rd will celebrate its 95th Unification Day, Saudi Arabia was called, as you all know, Arabia. But before you had Arabia, Arabia was called Diriyah, which was the first capital of the kingdom, which tomorrow, February 22nd, will be our 4th national holiday, celebrating the 300-year history of Diriyah, which is called Founding Day on the first Saudi state. So in order to celebrate the birthplace of the kingdom and the ancestral home of Al Saud, thanks to our king, the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman, and the great leadership of our dynamic Prime Minister and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, we took the UNESCO World Heritage Site, one of 8 in the kingdom, and we put together a 14 million square meter master plan, which will take care of an ecosystem of 100,000 people to live, work, recreate, pray, be schools, 2 major universities. This is for the intention of attracting 27 million visits by 2030. Now, I'm very pleased to tell you that the UNESCO site, which you're all welcome to come and see, we've already welcomed this week our 3 millionth visitor. But a lot of times people see great renderings and they see all this progress happening in Saudi Arabia. But for those of you who haven't had a chance to visit us, and please do, please come and see the great work that's being done in the kingdom. I wanted to show you how Diriyah, in just a few short years, has come out of the ground. So we took the custodian's image of Diriyah and the Crown Prince's image. We had to master plan it, 14 million square meters. We had to acquire the land. We had to demo the land. We had to put in billions of US dollars in infrastructure with all smart city technology. So even just 4 years in, we've already planted 6.5 million trees. We've opened hotels and museums. You're going to see it. Diriyah is on rock. To put the smart city below us, the smart infrastructure, we had a core drill through 10 million cubic meters of rock. And we took out 700,000 loads of rock to put an environmentally friendly infrastructure below. The largest LEED's Platinum designation in environmental sensitivity in the world. So one point before we show this little 3-minute film that I think you'll love. We have 40,000 workers in central Riyadh daily now. We welcomed last night between the UNESCO site, our Bajeri restaurant district, and Diriyah season, our festival. We welcomed 11,000 people last night. All our properties are sold out. We've already sold over 14 billion SAR in advanced residential real estate in Diriyah, which at some point we will have 30,000 residences, right? The staff now is 3,200. I'm proud to tell you, 82% Saudi, 39% women, 16% of those women in leadership, management, full KPIs, full salaries, with no benchmarking, the best person for the job, right? And then the thing I'm most proud about, 14% of my staff from the community we serve, Diriyah. So we just won Best Place to Work. We just finished this past month, January. You ready for this? 209 million construction man-hours without a single fatality. So we have a healthy work site, a very happy staff. The staff aggregate age now is 31. You take me out, it probably goes to 29. But it's a very young, dynamic, positive, optimistic country now. So maybe you would enjoy seeing the 3-minute film just to see Diriyah coming out of the ground. Can we cue the film? Maybe from that little film, you could see we've been a little bit busy. The one thing I could say with great affection before I wish you a good morning is that when the boss, the crown prince, works an 80-hour week, you kind of have to work an 81-hour week. But you could see that I come from the school of what one can dream, what can conceive. So when you have the visionary leadership that we have in the kingdom, with two extraordinary visionaries at one time, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and certainly our great Crown Prince. But I want to take a quick moment to thank our governor, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan. As you know, Diriyah is one of the PIF giga projects, on time and on budget. Diriyah won, and most of the project will be done for the greatest World Expo ever staged for 2030 in Riyadh. I want to thank my longtime friend of decades, Richard Attias, for his leadership. In October, all of you, I hope, will be with us for FII 9. Diriyah will be having some major announcements and reveal on big openings and big developments. So this is just a little taste. That film is an invitation to come visit us. All are welcomed. you'll see a very positive, optimistic, dynamic country. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Miami. I lived here twice in the 80s and in the 90s. It's great to be back, and please come and visit us in the kingdom. See the great work being done by all these great young Saudis, and I hope you enjoyed it, and looking forward to seeing you on the other side. Only one today.
Please welcome our next moderator, Xenia Wickett, and her panel.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see you all again. So we have another great panel on decoding FDI trends. And in preparation for this, I was looking up at some statistics. There's been a broad decline in FDI since 2007 as a percentage of GDP, from a high of 5.4% to 0.8%. There's been a decline since 2015 in absolute numbers of FDI. If you look at China's FDI flows are now about 40% lower than the peak in 2022. So what we're going to talk about today is what's driven those flows, but more importantly, what's going to happen looking ahead. What are the signposts that we need to keep an eye out for, and what can governments do about it? I have a fantastic panel, as always, and actually, I'm going to start with you, Molly, if I might. Molly comes from Standard Chartered, and you bring the perspective of a financial advisor. So say a little to us about how financial institutions are advising their clients to navigate this current climate.
Thank you very much for the question. So there's definitely a gap in financing, and the amount of projects that need to be done or that are slated to be done, and the financing that's available, it doesn't match up. The numbers are quite huge. If you would look just in terms of digital centers, for example, 20 to 30 trillion, energy, 30 to 50 trillion, infrastructure projects, again, huge numbers. How do we bridge that gap? And there's really two different ways that I think. One is that if you look in the more developed markets, private credit is something that's been a subject on various panels here these last few days, and that continues to be a big part of the financing of these projects, and one that continues to grow. Over 50%, for example, if it's in Europe and Americas. So we really think that the private credit markets will continue to be key for these large infrastructure projects and will continue to grow across the globe. And then on the more emerging market side of it, one of the areas that's really helped is export credit financing, or these ECAs, which has been a risk mitigation. And this risk mitigation has caused those projects to be able to get done if there's the backing from the ECA agencies. So really two different angles based on developed or non-developed markets, but those are two areas that I think where we can provide, as a bank, connection between those two.
Fantastic. So you're seeing this massive gap between supply and demand, effectively, and growing gap. Rishi, let me come to you, representing InvestCore here. Say a word about the kind of emerging markets or sectors that you're seeing or that you're prioritizing in light of these flows.
Sure. So the lens we have, of course, is that of the investor, right? Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, we are deploying capital based on A, where we see a good risk-return opportunity, and B, where investors are aligned with our own thinking, and they see the same attractive opportunity and want to put capital behind that. Now, in terms of stock, right, there is no doubt that the United States continues to get a significant level of interest in terms of private investor capital, particularly in private markets, including private credit, but also other private asset classes. like PE, infrastructure, real assets, et cetera. But the pivot that we are seeing, particularly over the course of, I would say, the last couple of years, is around the Middle East, the GCC in particular. The GCC historically had been seen as a source of FDI, of investor capital, getting deployed predominantly in the developed Western markets. To some extent, a build-up recently into Asia as well, but still was predominantly a source of FDI. Over the last few years, we've seen increasing acknowledgement and recognition and actually embracing by the investor community of the fact that the GCC offers as attractive a destination for FDI as it was previously a source. And that in turn is mobilized by the fact that all of the local GCC leadership, governments, et cetera, are very keen on implementing a long-term vision that is all about economic diversification, but equally about private sector participation in that economic diversification and development of their respective local markets. And that private sector participation brings financial discipline, rigor, and a validation, if you will, of all of those visions. Now, ultimately, the proof of the pudding lies in what has actually transpired. And the best illustration is very recently, we had one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world outside of the region from China, very specifically, CIC, anchor a fund managed by InvestCorp that is specifically targeting deployment of capital in the region. Right? That is a first, and the mere fact that whole turnaround has been manifested and is being implemented now tells you how the flows of capital, at least in investor minds, are changing.
So Rishi, I really want to pick up, and I'll come back to you on this, this idea of China investing in the Middle East, and more broadly, we talk about globalization or regionalization. I'd love to know whether you're seeing that play out in this space as well. But Jerry, I want to come to you first. How are you doing it? So you're here, representing PIF. How are you getting that kind of interest from the Chinese, from others, into the Middle East that Rishi just spoke about?
Thank you, Zaina. Pleasure to be here. I think governments have to compete. They have to understand why the global manufacturing footprint is at play, and what steps they can take to position themselves to attract that business activity, which is why FDI comes in the first place into your country. And so, we've had 3 generations of efficiency-seeking FDI, where's the lowest cost place to manufacture. And we're entering into an era where people are still obviously very focused on cost, but they're also focused on risk reduction. And how do you reduce uncertainty? How do you increase the predictability of your supply chains? And so in that world where predictability matters, where uncertainty is something you're trying to reduce, where the impact of tail events is something you're trying to reduce, and in a world where there's been a lot of trade action. So in the past 13 years, the number of trade actions that have happened globally has gone up almost 11x. You find people looking for places that have political neutrality, that have long-term access to green energy, that are closer to markets, so that you reduce the length of supply chains and therefore the number of things that can go wrong. And this is driving a change in trading behavior. So if you look at trade between politically close nations, it's up 6 points in the past 7 years. And between politically distant nations, it's down by 5 points. And so that is ultimately driving the shape and form of FDI. And so at the country level, looking at that landscape, you need to figure out how you become an attractive place to locate. So trade is becoming very important in terms of trade relations between countries, providing access to long-term sources of clean energy, having business-friendly policies, all these things, plus incentives and others, all these things that in some way or another help global business reduce uncertainty around supply chains ultimately is how you compete.
I'm going to come, Rishi, to ask you to answer that question, but I want to come to you first, Molly. Jerry brought this idea of risk, and you kind of almost a broader contextual risk at the moment, and what is it that governments can do to lower that risk? How do you see risk changing from your vantage point? What are your clients saying? What are your investors saying? What is it that you see?
So I think investors and our clients want to have some degree of certainty, but they're used to operating in very complex markets, and also there's always something happening in the world, so you have to be able to react quickly to that. I think they're looking to invest where they understand, and they know that there's a enforcement, that there's a rule of law, that there's a strong capital markets. Those are the main things. We do see, of course, being a global cross-border bank and being a very super connected bank in 52 countries without really a strong individual home market, that we are well situated to understand when those trade flows are changing. And certainly, if you look at one of our largest markets, which is Asia, you did see and have seen, and we're currently continue to see, a shift where there's much more intra-Asia, for example, flow, which we're experiencing, rather than perhaps going to the US, as you might have seen previously, although there is still an element of that. So I think you need to be responsive. I think you need to see, understand where the flows are going, what's changing, and be able to react. And that's what we really see our clients doing across the globe in a variety of different markets. And certainly the interest in the GCC is continuing to grow, and that real connection, particularly between our US and European investors into GCC, as well as our Asia-based clients.
So are you seeing, picking up that point, Rishi, that you mentioned earlier of kind of Chinese investment into the GCC, are you seeing more and more of that? I mean, one of the panels that I was on yesterday, we were talking about that there's a common, not so much culture, but understanding emerging market to emerging market that perhaps you don't see from advanced market into emerging market in quite the same way. Is that becoming more common, do you think, for any of you?
It's certainly gaining momentum, no doubt about it, right? Look, we've been investing in the GCC ourselves since 2007, right? So it's coming up to almost 20 years now. Jerry will remember this. But much of the initial capital that we were deploying into the region was really sourced from the region. Right? So it was from the region for the region. What we've seen evolve, particularly over the course of the last few years, as I was saying earlier, is a clear recognition within the broader investor community globally that there are certain facets to the GCC economies that whilst they have the characteristics of an emerging market in terms of a very attractive demographic, relatively young population, digitally native, high propensity to consume, high disposable incomes, et cetera, and high growth rates, there is one or two other secret superpowers almost of the regional economies that make them look more like developed economies in terms of lowering the risk. One of which is the fact that the currencies are pegged to the US dollar, right? So the currency risk, which many of us have to underwrite in all of the other emerging markets, becomes a non-issue for the region, right? The other is that the stability of policy led by the leadership in the region is something that you can rely on now, right? So those two or three considerations taken together have really resulted in this significant uptick of interest amongst the international investor community, both institutions as well as private wealth now, saying, actually, you can get the same returns as you would target from an emerging market, but with lower risk, right? And therefore, it is an attractive investment opportunity. And the underlying growth characteristics of the respective economies are such that there are certain sectors that present a very, attractive risk reward, like I said earlier, including, for example, and to pick up on Jerry's point, logistics and transportation. There's a clear desire. Energy transition. There's a clear desire to stake out a claim of, real genuine claim of leadership in that space, and healthcare and certain other spaces.
So I want to flip us to look forward for a second, because we've kind of talked about the current status quo and how we've got here from where we were. We've only got about 5 minutes. Flip forward, if you would, all of you, and what do you see changing? What do you see over the next 2 to 5 years? We haven't talked about technology. Are there particular sectors that you see might be growing or declining, particularly geographies? I'd love to hear, I think the audience would love to hear, where's this going?
I mean, I'll jump in a bit that follows through somewhat on some points that Jerry made as well, but really where we're seeing a lot of interest is people want to be, if we're looking at GCC in particular, they want to be in the region. And so we're seeing more of our clients set up here, there. The other piece that I think continues is the need for data centers, transportation, infrastructure, renewables. All of these are equally important and I think very key across the globe.
So kind of infrastructure, but also localization almost.
Yes.
The idea you have to be in the region to deliver to the region. How about you two? What do you see?
So I think the world needs less buyers and more builders.
Less buyers and more...
Less buyers and more builders. And if you look at where building needs to happen, there's obviously in the technology space a lot of infrastructure required for that. But to deliver prosperity in any economy, things need to be built. And so in the way financial capital gets into a building mode is either through corporates, through operating businesses that expand, or through financial institutions that are set up to actually deploy capital on a primary basis. So smart strategic capital. And so the thing that the opportunity that I'm most excited about, and I'm talking my own book here, is the building opportunity in Saudi. It's historically been a market with lots of capital-light business models, and we are now seeing a CapEx drive to industrialize the economy and build out the service economy at scale, which requires built environments to serve those needs. And Jerry, number one, was up here just a few minutes ago talking about the Diriyah opportunity. But that is happening across the kingdom and across different kind of sectors, serving the needs of different constituents. So it is a generational opportunity that I hope everyone takes the time to understand.
Building.
I think what I would add to that is, look, again, we see the emergence of the GCC region as an attractive destination for future investment, no doubt about it. There are certain sectors in particular, building along thematic lines that were articulated by Jerry earlier, that stand out. I think business services, just given the explosion that we are seeing and will continue to see of small and medium-sized businesses that are cropping up in that part of the world, all needing business services support, IT services support, et cetera. So business services, broadly speaking, is an area that we think will grow quite exponentially from an investment perspective. Broadly, beyond that, I think the transportation, logistics, and digital infrastructure space offers a very attractive opportunity, whether it's to build or to build and expand. It's all about growth at the end of the day. There is no better driver of long-term return than underlying economic growth, right? So, betting behind some of those long-term secular trends, whether in the region or globally, is really what we think investors are seeking. And they recognize that, there is a certain risk and a return that they can expect out of investing in developed markets like the US, which, by the way, continue to be a dominant recipient of that investment capital. But there are other markets like the GCC, like India, and other pockets in Asia in particular that offer equally compelling risk-reward.
And I think people don't want to miss out on these opportunities. You don't want to be 100% invested in one economy. You want a diversification. You don't want to miss a very large growth cycle. And that's the role that we play, where we bring clients across the globe into various markets and economies.
So we started this conversation, as we come to a close, we started this talking about actually the decline in FDI over the last, say, decade or so, either in absolute terms or in relative terms as a percentage of GDP. Headwinds, tailwinds. Are you feeling optimistic or pessimistic?
I'm
looking ahead?
Optimistic.
You're feeling
for
optimistic?
Sure. Yes.
I'm selective. So I think
Selective.
tailwinds for the US, tailwinds for the region in the Middle East, tailwinds for markets like India, a little bit more challenging and a micro assessment for specific opportunities in Europe.
Okay.
And then the rest of the world we are not experts on.
Okay.
I think you don't know, and you can't predict, so you have to tack.
Okay. Tacking. Thank you. Will you all join me in thanking our panelists for this conversation? Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panel. I love what Jerry Todd shared with us. We need less buyers and more builders. And in no conversation is that more relevant than in a real estate conversation. It's a concern to so many of us, and today we're going to talk about it from a macro level with our star-studded panel. Please welcome Barry Sternlicht, Chairman and CEO of Starwood Capital Group, Rob Spire, CEO of Tishman Speyer, Travis Kalanick, CEO of City Storage Systems, moderated by Deborah Acosta from the Wall Street Journal.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Deborah Acosta. I'm a real estate reporter at the Wall Street Journal, and I'm honored to be here today with these three titans of industry. We'll start with Barry Sternlicht, the chairman and CEO of Starwood Capital. Barry has not only been a pioneer in the real estate investment, but also a visionary in reshaping the global real estate market with his innovative strategies and forward-thinking approach. Next, we have Rob Spire, president and CEO of Tishman Speyer. Under Rob's leadership, Tishman has expanded globally from the US to Europe, Latin America, and Asia. He's also managed to diversify the company from mostly office to residential, industrial, and life sciences. And finally, we're honored to have Travis Kalanick, co-founder of Uber and the founder of City Storage Systems. Travis is known for revolutionizing transportation, but his current ventures in real estate through City Storage Systems are focused on transforming the commercial real estate sector. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here today. Barry, we'll start with you, and we have only a few minutes, so let's start with talking about how you recently made a hard pivot towards developing data centers. How are you looking at that strategy now that DeepSeek is in the picture?
Thank you, and thanks for having me. Well, data centers are probably by far the hottest sector in real estate today. There's no sector of real estate with a 1% vacancy rate and a barrier to entry, which is the power needed to build the centers. I think DeepSeek is, for our strategy and people who are building data centers, is basically irrelevant. Well, it's the strategy we're deploying. We don't really want to spend $100, $200 million in the hope of attaining power, and then we don't get the power, the land is worth nothing, right? So I think what we do, and many of our peers do, is when we can secure that, we have the power, we secure a 15-year lease from a AAA tenant, there are 8 of them today, then it's not a risky investment. So it's not us that's making the decision really on DeepSeek. It's really Amazon, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Meta, Google, ByteDance, and the other major players in the space now, Chat. So I think we're not taking that risk. Mostly our approach was to buy industrial buildings in markets like Dulles Airport, which is the largest market in the world for data centers. And then our downside was that we had an industrial building. And the upside, and we were building a 450 megawatt plant for basically Amazon right now. Our upside is that we do get that lease, we do secure the power, and we've signed that deal. And so that's and these deals are massive. That's the other problem. They're so big. That deal will be close to $4 or $5 billion investment. So we have about 20 billion invested. We own the largest data center company in Ireland. And we're taking them to the continent. I'm actually more bullish, and you didn't ask this question, I'm a little more bullish on Europe for data centers than the US. Long term, not today. Today the action is here. But they don't have the power that we have. And we have the raw materials, we have the gas, we have the ability to power these new plants that Trump wants to build. In Europe, they don't have the resources to do that. And I think nuclear is a little bit way off, maybe 2032. And the whole landscape could change by then. But right now, the US is by far in the lead. It's part of our exceptionalism as a country is the growth. The cumulative spending of these 7 mega players is levered as nearly $1 trillion. It's as big as the infrastructure fund. And it's creating an exceptionalism to our GDP that the market doesn't talk about. It's not the whole economy that's doing so great.
it's just this entire race to data centers and to AI and deployment of it. And it is a race. It is an arms race between these Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and the rest of the guys. Oracle. I should have mentioned Oracle. So we've done transactions with almost all the majors now, all over the world, and there are a lot of people deploying a lot of capital. It feels frothy, but we're not driving it. If we can't get the lease, we won't build. And that's really, the money goes in when you go vertical. So if you don't go speculative, and it's really interesting, the newest thing that's happened, it's evolving so quickly. The utilities are, everyone and their cousin, I have a couple kids, they find a piece of land they like, they put it under option, and they go approach the utility and say, we need power. The utilities are basically saying, you got to pay $1 million to apply, so my son's out. He doesn't have his money yet. Or now they're saying, I'm going to give you power in 4 years for 15 years. It's a take or pay contract. You have to put up money. So in some of our transactions, saying you have to put up $60 million today to secure the power. That is going to change the playing field. There'll be 10 of us instead of 100 of us being able to play in the space. So it's going to be interesting. And the big question in data centers is our exits. We don't know exactly how we're going to get out of buildings that are worth $10 billion and on a yield basis. So I think that's sort of all scratching our heads a little bit, and you expect these companies to go public. But it'll be really interesting to see how this evolves.
Rob, speaking of pivots, Tishman Speyer has been known for being a big player in the office space, part of the industry. How have you all pivoted to respond to some of the changes in the market lately?
So as you mentioned, we've significantly diversified the company beyond office into residential, industrial, and even into data centers, where, to Barry's point, we recently did a deal in Frankfurt to convert an old industrial park into data centers. And importantly, we're doing it in a 50-50 joint venture with the power company of Frankfurt, because more important than the real estate is knowing you're going to get the power. But to address the office question, don't sleep on office buildings if they are well located, high quality in global capital cities. If you look at many global capital cities around the world, rents are higher and vacancy rates lower than pre-pandemic. It's true in central London, it's true in central Paris, it's true in central Munich, it's here in Miami, Barry could tell you about that, and it's true in my hometown of New York City.
Tokyo, Seoul, all the Singapore, fantastic office markets.
But in 10% of the office.
In the high, it's what we traffic in.
Yes.
It's in the high quality, well-managed, well-sponsored office buildings. If you need 1 million square feet in Midtown Manhattan right now, you can't find it, and guess what? It's not going to deliver for another 5 years. There's actually a scarcity in some cities of really high quality new office buildings, and so I think there's a real opportunity there if you hit the right locations and obviously get it at the right basis.
What cities are you looking at to expand office?
I mean, New York, and we wouldn't be alone in that. And in Europe, we've been aggressive at playing this theme, again, in the right locations for really high quality product. And because we're super close with our customer base, we know what they want, where they want it, and if everybody else is going that way, it's probably a good time to be going this way.
This is a quickie. I mean, Munich rents were up 15% last year. So it's a 2% vacancy rate. And we're active in Munich.
In those very, very
in the good
tight
buildings.
Spots.
It's
not even
Class A.
It's not even a city. It's like a neighborhood. And then you have to go, okay, those guys are the have-nots. These guys are the haves.
It's called knowing which.
No, I know. I got you. There's a lot of have-nots. Like, I'm in downtown LA.
That's a disaster.
But it was a disaster in the 1980s when it was built.
It'll stay a disaster.
I'm saying I'm paying $1.75 a square foot right now.
I have a few things I can sell you, Travis, if you want.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Let's go.
Travis, speaking of distressed real estate and looking for opportunities, during the pandemic, you picked up a lot of properties all across the country. Is that right, with your Ghost Kitchen initiative?
Yeah, I mean, it was really around the world. We're in 30 countries. So there was a lot of interesting stuff happening. We started the company in 2018. By the time COVID happened, we could not build enough kitchens, given that so many restaurants couldn't operate in their normal way. So we were picking up real estate everywhere, and actually our demand was like this, And the pricing on the real estate for a short period of time was like that. So it was a good time to buy. But then, of course, there's the years after where COVID goes away and people come back out in the world. And then you're like, okay, how do I keep all this pipeline of real estate that's going live? How do I keep it full? And that was sort of like a very interesting dynamic in 22 and 23. Yeah.
Speaking of distress, Barry, I think you're the king of distress and taking opportunities in distressed markets. You did it here in Miami, also when you started Starwood Hotels. Where do you see those opportunities right now as the real estate market goes through this change?
In Rob's theme of being a contrarian, we had our busiest year ever buying in Europe last year. I mean, because Europe marked down faster. The banks didn't play games, they didn't extend and pretend, they just cleared things. So we bought an office building in Dublin. It was built for 175 million euros 4 years ago. It was 65% leased. The loan was 125 million. It was a West Coast money manager, you all know. And we bought it for 80 million and they financed it. So it's 40 cents of replacement cost. So we're trying to find opportunities like that. All over the world. I mean, I think hotels, they're cheap. They're almost double-digit cap rates in some cities. But it's really, and also even basic asset classes like apartments, because prices of rents have flatlined and debt costs have gone up 500 basis points. You can buy apartments today, probably 65, 70 cents of replacement cost, and you're looking at overbuilding last year, 600,000 units last year, 530,000 units this year. 230,000 units in 26 and 200,000 units in 27. So you know rents are going to have to go up to justify new construction. So you could say it, and people are distressed in apartments. They cannot refinance their debt, right? They built these projects for a different interest rate environment, and as these construction loans mature, they can't rebalance, especially if it's in a little limited partnership. The partners don't want capital calls. So we see a lot of distressed syndicators and the multis. You've seen the same in most every asset class. As soon as the loan matures, it's an explosion because either they come up with more money to pay down the debt, they cannot keep the same amount of debt given where rates are today.
This is such an important point because the supply cliff that every sector in real estate is facing in 26 and 27 is going to cause an inflection where rents are going to take off. And so if you can buy today below replacement cost, finished assets are
relevant assets, good assets.
Good assets. But if you have the capital to build at a time when there are very few competing with you, that's obviously a sweet spot. So we're building 2,000 apartments across the Hudson River from New York City because it's impossible to build in New York. If there's one inspiration we all ought to take from what we've heard is happening in the kingdom, and you heard Jerry present Diriyah, which is an incredible project, we've got to do more building here. We've got to figure out how to create more infrastructure, how to create more real estate. If we don't, we're going to see inflation take off. Well, it's great for those of us who own finished buildings. It's not going to be so great for
relevant to this is, of course, tariffs, because we have a 5 million unit housing shortage. And our lumber, a lot of it comes from Canada. And that means prices are going to go up. We're not going to be able, and people can't afford houses today. So it's a lot of these, and steel, same thing with steel. If steel prices go up, you put tariffs on steel, domestic users or suppliers will increase prices because they're protected. So we'll see how this plays out. Just in distress, another example, in London, we bought 11 hotels downtown in the city of London from an Indian fellow whose family owned them forever, but he got completely upside down with a new project he started and the pandemic blew him up. He borrowed a ton of money. He's paying 12%. So he tried to sell us a very beautiful site in Mayfair, but it was too expensive, but he had to sell, so we bought his cash-flowing hotels, and I think we bought them at a 9 yield, unlevered. The market for those will be 5. So, but that's like, you gotta go. You gotta be in the fray. You gotta find these things. But, you got a lot of people, and we've been doing this a long time. So you see things like that. It's pure distress. But there isn't as much as you would have expected. I think we'd all say in the United States, we know these office buildings are worth 60, 50 cents on the dollar. But in our own portfolio, we have a $300 million asset in Atlanta. It's trophy building, it's not worth the debt. And the lender said you could pay us down $5 million and you get 5 years. So you saw a lot of that. I call that extend and pretend. And we'll see what happens in 5 years. And for us, we'll put up the $5 million. It's an option, right? We'll see how the markets evolve.
Rob, you mentioned that, I mean, in the high end of the office sector, things are great. But what happens with all those midtown buildings that are groaning under the weight of these very large loans and not a lot of people going to the office? What's the reality there?
Yeah, so you'll hear the narrative that Third Avenue is the worst place to own in Manhattan. We own a building on 42nd and 3rd Avenue. We invested a bunch of capital the last couple of years to make it feel high quality, but also to provide the experience that our customers want in the building. And we took that building to 100% leased. And so I think a real opportunity is buying older buildings, but then giving it the attention and the engagement that customers want. I mean, we own Rockefeller Center. It was built 100 years ago. It is still the premier real estate asset in the world. It's also nearly 100% leased. We did the largest single asset financing in the history of the CMBS market a few months ago. Nobody thought that we would get either the proceeds or the interest rate price that we were able to secure. So what I would say is, like, if $3.5 billion.
Secured by some of the buildings in
Rockefeller Center, and then we did another financing a week ago.
Barry needs some access.
At $3 billion. So I think like a real theme you'll hear is when everybody is going this way, you want to go that way.
I have to press you, though, because some of these buildings, Rockefeller Center, that's one asset, but what about these massive structures with these huge floor plates that nobody knows what to do with? That's the reality. There's a ton of that in Midtown Manhattan right now.
Yeah, look, in any business, you don't want to own commodity assets. You want to separate yourself from the competition, and real estate is like no other operating business. It's not a passive business. It's not a business that you can buy something, think you're securing a cash flow forever, and treat it like a bond. I think it's one of the mistakes people make when they think about real estate. They compare it to fixed income. It's an activist business. You need to know what you're doing.
What's interesting on commercial office is that there really are haves and have-nots, and the haves are like 10%. And if you go to a have-not, it's like a ghost town. It's like zombie apocalypse. And even if you have really cheap leases, most CEOs, most executive teams do not want their people to be in a ghost town because their people don't want to be there, and they're trying to get them back to work, back to the office. So there's a herding effect towards these high-quality centers, and that's where the haves are. And so if you can figure out, as the high-quality centers grow, or the number of these buildings have to grow because more people are coming back to the office, if you can figure out the frontier between the haves and the have-nots, you can start finding some interesting stuff. I'm guessing that's what you're doing.
Take a big picture for a second. If you look at, there's not a city in the United States where vacancy rates aren't 20% or more. Austin will hit 30%. And in Europe, you can't find a major city with a vacancy rate above 5%. So, and same is true of the major cities in Asia, except for China. China is a disaster.
Okay,
but in 20% vacancy rates, Park Avenue is like a 6% vacancy rate. So there are pockets that are, that are in high demand, and your job is to read the headline and go find the opportunity. I love bad headlines. It keeps all the capital away.
But
right?
The problem
we actually want it.
You still have these vacancy rates that are low in many cases, but the physical occupancy rate is like 20%.
It's changing.
25%.
It's getting better.
That's old news.
I mean, it's not old news. Just go to most office buildings
I'll
in
tell
most
you, you're
cities.
in San Francisco.
You're in the
spent
tech
a lot of
world.
time in San Francisco. We have competition right now for a new building that we developed in San Francisco.
That's of the 10%. I totally get it. But if you go there on a Friday, tell me what you think the physical occupancy is.
But if they're there the other 4 days of the week.
Okay, so now it's the 4 days.
Miami's the highest occupancy in the country. We are the #1 city for office occupancy in the country. It's like 85%. I don't know why. Commutes are awful. And it's the only city in the country where mass transportation rates are higher than pre-pandemic.
Okay, just for kicks, how many people here go to the office on Friday? Raise your hand. Okay, that's like 30%.
Well, maybe the rest are on
Friday.
How many people go to the office on Monday? Raise your hand. 50%. Okay, so now your building that used to be occupied 5 out of 7 days is now occupied 3 out of 7 days. That is a less useful asset.
But unlike a restaurant, you can't do your pricing a la carte. It's not like people are paying rent for an office space at lunchtime, but then get out of that rent at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm just saying, watch your back. It's going to get weird. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, God. Travis, so where are you focusing your energies, if not in office? It sounds like it's more in these spaces that you've purchased for ghost kitchens. But as we all know, ghost kitchens are not really as exciting as they were during the pandemic. So how are you pivoting? Where are you looking? What are you doing with all that space?
Yeah, so look, the online delivery market continues to grow. It is growing double digits year over year. That's a good thing. But you have to serve your customer. Your customer, if things were hopping during a COVID time period and then you go back to the real world, back to normal, you say, okay, how do I create demand for your customers? So we actually do a lot of stuff with offices actually that need food. And we allow them to get almost like an Uber Eats or DoorDash-like experience because we have this dense production in our facilities that have like 30 kitchens each, and you have dense consumption Tuesday through Thursday. We then can move food with a Uber Eats or DoorDash experience, but with one courier moving 100 orders at a time. So you take the courier logistics out of it. They get the personalization, the selection, but the courier costs are out. So now you go, I get the cost of going to any one of the restaurants that, okay, I had to go down the elevator, out to some food court, and then come back, which is like a 40-minute experience. It just comes to me on my floor on a shelf. So it's like systems like that create demand. And then it's how do you labor is a big problem in the restaurant world. How do you turn labor into real estate? And what I mean by that is we have a robotics division. Our food production robots are rolling out in our kitchens all this year. And when you do that, and you can prepare food in the morning, and then your entire staff leaves because the robot runs the delivery kitchen from noon on by itself, you then can charge for that machine and real estate combination, and you're turning labor into real estate. The same way real estate normally turns marketing into rent, you can do that on labor in an industrial context. So those are the types of things that we're doing.
It's super exciting, really interesting. Thank you all for being here today with me. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Please welcome your next moderator, Gabrielle Ellie Rubenstein, co-founder and managing partner of ManaTree, in conversation with Michael Arugeti, co-founder, CEO, and president of Aries Management.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for being here. I have the huge honor of interviewing somebody who I've come to really respect, admire as a person, equally for his leadership traits. So without further ado, Mike Arugeti, CEO and co-founder of Aries.
Thanks for saying that.
So many of you might know Mike, but I've had the fortune of getting to know him through the eyes of baseball. So we're going to talk a little bit about how he's really nailed two asset classes, private credit and sports. And many of you may not realize the depth of both his personal and professional sports investments, but it'll be great to hear from somebody that actually is in every major league. But I want to start with private credit. So when you became CEO in 2018 at Aries, and you were already a co-founder, what did you see?
Well, I'm going to go back maybe just to the founding, because it's interesting when you look at the world of alternative investment, and we've spent a lot of time, obviously, at this conference talking about it. I don't know if people really appreciated just how large and concentrated these markets would become. And I think one of the things that we did differently as a pioneer in the private credit space was to understand that you had to go out and create investments, create assets. If you go back to the early foundings of alternative management, it was largely private equity driven or coming from the capital markets perspective. And so I think most people who founded alternative asset managers were used to being the client, right? A banker is going to call me with a deal, or the trading desk is going to call me with a security to buy. We were coming at it from a different perspective, which is we said, we want to go serve the client with innovative credit product, and I think started building large, durable origination networks earlier than most. And that set us up for a pretty straightforward global expansion in private credit and other assets. In terms of what changed when I took over as CEO 7+ years ago, just kind of leaning into that ethos and advantage, Jerry said it on the panel a little while ago, is that we need more builders. And so what we've tried to do following the roadmap that we did in private credit of creating our own product, now in our real assets business, infrastructure, data centers, industrial warehouses, is a vertically integrated approach to real assets, i.e. go out, build, develop, create your own product. And that's actually, I think, allowed us to continue to scale. So not a lot changed, but just trying to understand the scarcity value of high quality assets. And at the end of the day, I think the world has more cash right now than high quality assets. And so I think you win by sourcing the best quality assets and then figuring out how to own them for a really long time.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about fundraising. In this past year, when most people had to struggle fundraising, you had a record year of fundraising, and meanwhile made dozens of baseball games. So how do you manage going to baseball games and scouring for capitals to shatter these records?
Just host the investors at the baseball game, and you kill two birds with one stone. I feel like I'm one of those guys like the post the Jeff C, where everybody looked at your golf index and figured out how much you were golfing when you were supposed to be managing the company. But baseball's been a passion of mine, and we could talk about why that is. But obviously, we spend a lot of time with our investors. We've cultivated trusting relationships over 30 years. I think what we got right over the last couple of years is just having the right product to meet the client demand. And this goes back to a client-centric approach, not just to investing, but a client-centric approach to capital raising, right? You could have the greatest product in the world, but if nobody wants to invest in it, you can't grow. And so we've tried to create a transparent feedback loop of what can we actually create in the market and what do our investors want. And if we can get those two things to meet, where we can really exploit a market opportunity, that's when the fundraising scales.
All right, I know you want to talk about sports, but one more thing on private credit. Do you think in a high interest rate environment, obviously that's how you guys have done so well in bringing solutions to managers as well, but what will happen if interest rates change? Has the Aries brand become so well known that you guys will be fine, or where do you see this playing out?
The growth in private credit, and hopefully other people have talked about this, is not a reflection of the rate environment, right? The global private credit markets, whether we're talking about corporate lending or real asset lending, is just being driven by a need and a demand for credit that's not being met by traditional sources. That's happening in mature markets like the US. We saw it develop quite rapidly in Europe, and now we're starting to see it develop in other parts of the world. And so there's just a massive secular demand for innovative credit solutions. We talk a lot that money makes the world go round, but credit makes money go round. And if you don't have healthy, creative credit markets, you can't actually spur the type of economic growth that people need. So it really starts with an understanding that this is not a rate play, it's a secular demand play. One of the things that people love about most private credit instruments is that they are short duration floating rate. And so clearly when rates go up and stay elevated, people are making more money. The mitigant, to your point, is it puts stress on the borrower community, and you have to work through that balance. I think now that we've generally peaked in the global rate environment in most developed markets, the portfolios have weathered the storm and have held in quite well. So we've been in this business for 30 years, and generally, as rates come down, spreads widen. As rates go up, spreads, so the total return shouldn't really change. So I don't expect there to be any less demand, as rates begin to move.
Well, as a GP, I've had the honor of working with your team. We are in a greenhouse company together, Gotham
Yes.
Green, and I've been amazed just learning the private credit playbook when you sit on the equity side. So it's been interesting to see how you use that combination of debt and equity.
Yeah, look, this is the structure of the markets is structured for a reason. So banks have regulatory capital frameworks that exist for a reason. Insurance companies, unlevered investors. So understanding private credit, again, through the needs of the client, and this goes back to our relationship, we can do things with a level of creativity and flexibility, and proximity from a relationship standpoint that you just can't get in other places.
All right, so let's change gears a little bit. Many people may not know this. Our firm is based in Vail, Colorado. Every January, instead of going to Davos, where a lot of the world's elite is, you and all of Aries, for weeks on end, are in Vail. But what I admire most is you bring all of your GPs, all your portfolio company, everybody wears Aries ski goggles.
Yep.
But explain this. What has been part of the culture of Aries, which is relatively different than other large institutional firms?
So I just want to say for the record, I don't know if there's media here or not, but Ellie's giving the impression that we go to baseball games and ski, but I just want to assure you that we're running a company. But we go to Vail, not Davos, because the snow is just better and more consistent, and so. But I think to your point about culture, and I'm glad you mentioned that, the specific conference that you're referencing now is probably 250 of our closest GPs that we have relationships with that we've cultivated over 30 plus years. And there's probably a waiting list of 100 GPs that actually can't get in because we can't accommodate them. And that's not me pounding my chest, but if you go back to the first year that we did that, which was probably 27, 28 years ago, it was 10 or 15 GPs. And it speaks a little bit to the way that the market has scaled, but it goes back to this client centricity, which is, at the end of the day, the investment business is about trust and relationships, right? Capital, in many respects, is a commodity in everything that we do, and so we all want to do business with people that we trust, whether they're external counterparties or internal. And so I think what we've tried to cultivate is our own culture, and I've been fortunate to work with my partners for almost 30 years, and they're some of my closest friends, it's a real understanding of the value of building trusting relationships. Things don't always go according to plan. Cycles come and go, markets are volatile. It's hard enough when you're all getting along and you've got deep client relationships. So, heaven forbid that you have the opposite. I can only imagine how difficult it could be.
All right, last question on culture. And I don't want people to think you don't work, because that's not true. But the other one that truly shocked me was you and your partners bought a bar in Minturn, which is a historic town in Colorado. And I couldn't believe the first time I got to go to the Aries Summit, there you were. And after skiing, you were hanging out together. It was not a scene that I was familiar with. And I couldn't believe you guys were really best friends. This was not a facade just for the event. Is this continuous, or does this just happen in Vail, or do you do this throughout the year?
This is continuous. I mean, this is part of the evolution of the company, but also the industry. I mean, if you've been in business with people for 30 years, and I know that it's not true for every company, some partnerships are highly functional professionally, but don't really jive personally. It just so happens that our partnership was founded on just deep friendship when we were really young. And so we look back now 30 years later, and we built something wonderful together, and I think we try to celebrate that. And in the other levels of management now, people who are running big businesses at Aries started with us as analysts or associates 20, 25 years ago. So that's a big part of the culture too, is that build trust, promote from within, stretch people, give them responsibility, and I think that creates a real cohesion for us.
It's miraculous to watch it. Those of you who haven't seen it, it actually continues down every rank, every level. People are really hanging out and friends. So I guess as a health and wellness investor, I should be learning from you. You have 0 gray hairs. So obviously, even a high-pressure job, you're doing something right.
I have a good barber, I guess, right? Yeah.
All right, so let's switch to sports. With those same partners, you guys are now in sports teams together. Why don't you explain the depth of your sports team? So in the way I've understood it, you guys are in things in Spain, You are recently, and we're sitting in Miami, you're a part of now the Dolphins and F1. But let's talk about the Aries sports investment first, and then we'll come to the Orioles.
Yeah, this maybe goes back to the earlier question and comment just about private credit and how markets develop. So going into COVID, we had invested personally and professionally broadly across sports, media, and entertainment. When COVID hit, we had a moment that first was, personal panic of, oh, wait, people aren't going to be able to go to arenas or stadiums anymore or restaurants and entertainment centers. That's a huge capital gap. And we quickly said, how do we bring creative solutions to a client that's going to need liquidity? Because if you look at most, at least up until then, a lot of sports owners were asset rich but cash poor, meaning they had a big, vested net worth in an asset, but not a lot of liquidity. And all of a sudden, they needed capital. So we went out very quickly, raised a sports fund to effectively be a liquidity provider to teams and leagues and owners. But what was required in order to do that was to actually change the rules in a lot of these leagues, because up until that point, it was banks and rich people. And so we had to go through a very aggressive process, building off of our relationships, to actually get the leagues to be more receptive to institutional investment. First 6 months was all that, creative solutions into most of the major leagues. And then all of a sudden, out of COVID, everyone realized just how much they loved sports and how much value there was in unscripted live content, and the market took off. But because we moved in early and again built trust as someone who's helping people through a liquidity crisis, we raised almost $4.5 billion in that first fund, invested it, at I think an 18 net, and now we're onto our second fund, and we have a non-traded permanent capital vehicle that's actually allowing individual investors to get diversified access to sports assets, which is actually, a pretty unique investment outcome for people.
And you are now in every major league, including women's sports, and smaller investments, like you own leagues, such as the Women's Volleyball League. So this has continued, whether it's media rights, small leagues, big leagues, women's sports. There's no part of sports you haven't touched.
I mean, there's a broad global audience here, and I don't know what percentage of people in the audience are passionate about a team, but I would assume it's close to 100%. If you look at the most televised moments in the US, let's just look at the US first. Number one on the list was the Apollo moon landing. So about 150 million people tuned in to watch that. The next 9 are Super Bowls. So about 150 million people tuned in to watch the moon landing, and about 130 million people tune in to watch the Super Bowl in the US. Internationally, almost 70 million people now watch the Super Bowl. So you have 200 million people, families, that are tuning in to watch a football game. The World Series had 30 million viewers, 16 million of which were in Japan. So when you just think about what sports does for us as a local community, but a global community, that's why, people are passionate about it, but there are very few things that exist in our, in our world that can bring people together the way that sports does.
All right, so on that note, you mentioned Japan. Let's end with the Orioles. So out of all the sports, why did you choose baseball to be your personal investment? And for those of you who may not know, Mike was a fanatic fantasy baseball player, and you have to give up your fantasy baseball if you want to be a baseball owner. So do you regret giving up your fantasy baseball to
Well, I gave it up for reality, which is often like one of the hardest transitions anybody can make, is to give up their fantasies with a stark understanding of what reality really is. But I've just always been passionate about baseball. I think there's a real spiritual component to the game. It's America's pastime, which means we pass time when we watch baseball, whereas most other sports you're just engaging in this frenetic energy. There's a lot of math and numbers and statistics that just doesn't exist. And so for me, it satisfies a lot of emotional stuff, but also there's just a lot of really cool math and structure to it that I find fascinating.
All right, so in all of your teams, which one do you think is going to win a championship or head to the World Series?
Oh, God. I have to say the Orioles, just because they are poised and it is time. But fortunately, they've all been well-positioned. Obviously, the Inter Miami here, local, which we're very big investors in and supportive, are top of the tables, too. So I feel like the portfolio is in a good shape.
Everyone, Mike Arrighetti, a man of, he's nailed 2 asset classes. Give him a round of applause.
Thanks, Ellie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael and Ellie. I love that end about baseball. Very Miami. So we just heard a conversation, 2 industry leaders grappling and facing a balancing act. Another sector where that is very prevalent is the energy sector, and I'd love to welcome our next panel. Please give a round of applause to Fahad Al-Dubaib, Senior Vice President, Strategy and Market Analysis for Aramco, Abdul Hamid Al-Muhaidib, CFO of Aqua Power, His Excellency Muazzin Jassouli, former Minister Delegate to Head of Government of Convergence and Evaluation of PP for the Kingdom of Morocco, and their moderator, Zane Archer from CNN.
Thank you so much for being with us. So this is going to be a fascinating discussion because, as we all know, the green energy transition is complicated because it requires such a fundamental shift in how the world distributes, produces, and consumes energy. You have to balance, obviously, rising energy demands with energy security, with economic stability, with the need for reliable energy as well, with also the fundamental truth that fossil fuel production over the long term is simply not sustainable. So what I really want this discussion to be about is collaboration. How do you get all the different stakeholders, governments, private sectors, the financial institutions to really align when it comes to incentives, to align when it comes to investing in infrastructure and the various solutions as well. So Fahad, I'm going to start with you, particularly as the representative for Aramco here. There is so much pressure, of course, on oil companies to decarbonize. And obviously, as you well know, Aramco has obviously faced some criticism that some people would say that it's simply not moving towards sustainability fast enough, and that some of its solutions when it comes to carbon capture and storage is really good in the short term when it comes to reducing emissions, but that over the long term, the game really has to be about reducing fossil fuel production overall. Obviously, the situation is complex. There really is just not one answer. How do you navigate the complexities of this discussion?
Well, luckily, since the debate around energy transition started a few years ago, I would say that we have stayed the course. Our objective in Aramco is twofold. How do we meet the increasing energy demand? If you look today, all sorts of fuel are in demand, whether it's oil, gas, renewables, or even coal. A fuel that has been expected to peak in 1987, and so far we're seeing coal continuing to grow. But the reality is there is a huge demand for energy, and that's something that we're working towards. The second is how do we clean the current energy system? And for that, you need to tackle it using multiple approaches. The first is how do we reduce the carbon intensity of oil and gas today? And I'm proud to say that Aramco has the lowest CO2 and methane intensity globally. This is something that came as a result of huge investments in technology and innovation and best practices. It's not something that started a few years ago, but it has been ingrained in the DNA of Aramco for many decades to come. We're also in other forms of energy. We're working with Aqua in expanding our renewable footprint. We're developing the biggest carbon and capture sequestration facility in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the capacity of 9 million tons per annum. We're also getting into hydrogen, a fuel that has been talked about to a great deal, but we're yet to see the demand that was talked about a few years ago. We believe that the pace of movement in the energy transition should revolve around technology and affordability. Much of the demand is coming in the Global South. Emissions are borderless, and the Global South believe that they require affordable energy for them to grow. So this is how we're approaching the energy transition, and we believe, contrary to a lot of people think, that we're the solution to the energy transition, but not the problem for it.
you bring up some interesting points that I really want to touch on with some of the other panelists. Green hydrogen, for example, is something that you're looking at, but it is really expensive. Mohsin, I want to talk to you as the representative here from Morocco, because Morocco is really regarded as a rising star, particularly in the sort of Middle East, North Africa region when it comes to renewables. And that's partly as a necessity, because in the past, Morocco really had imported 90%, I believe, of its energy needs, and so its transition to renewables is really about energy sovereignty. Plus, you've got the EU with really high levels of demand for Morocco's renewable energy. Just given all of that, and obviously the EU has net zero targets by 2050, just walk us through what Morocco's role is in the green energy transition globally.
Well, I think, and I'm sure that Morocco will definitely play a crucial role in this energy transition, not only for Europe, but more globally. And you know why? It's because in Morocco, like in Saudi Arabia, we have a strong leadership. And when you have leadership, you have vision. And thanks to the royal vision during the last 15 years, we've been investing a lot in a huge program of renewables. And today, we have reached 40% of our capacity in renewables. Mm-hmm. And we are targeting 50% by 2030 and maybe earlier. And as you mentioned, Europe is now in a huge demand. They have their net zero program, and after what happened with Ukraine with the gas, they are intent to buy like 20 million tons of ammonia. And with my friends, we know that 20 million tons is hundreds and hundreds of gigas. And as Morocco is less than 10 miles away from Europe, of course, we are the natural partner, but we are also partners with countries like Saudi Arabia, because our friends from Aqua Power have already done huge programs in Morocco. So yes, we will play a crucial role in this energy transition.
Okay. Abdul Hamid, Farhad mentioned Aqua Power. Obviously, Aqua Power is a Saudi Arabia power company, but obviously you do business across the Middle East and Africa as well. Saudi Arabia has committed to have 50% of its power needs coming from renewable sources by 2030. I mean, that is a huge undertaking. Just explain to us what challenges are involved in that kind of undertaking, and also how do you navigate the right mix between renewable energy sources and conventional power as well?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And just to take you through the journey of Saudi Arabia, when Vision 2030 was announced back in 2016, there was a big dream, and one of the big dreams was actually to transform Saudi from 0 gigawatt of renewables to 50% of the total capacity into renewable by 2030. This is a big ambition. Just to give you a reflection for those who are not familiar with the gigawatts, at that time, the 50% renewables mean around 60 gigawatt of power capacity. That was double the capacity installed in a country like UK when it comes to the renewables. So it was a huge ambition. And at that time, the prices of solar and wind was going downward, but still not enough time to build up a capacity within less than 14 years. Fast forward, we have been blessed as Aqua Power to deliver the first projects on this program. And we continue to build remarkable capacity in the last 6 years. Today, we are proud actually that we are making this dream happen by having more than 20 gigawatt already of capacity between generation and under construction, and another 15 gigawatt under development. So around 35 gigawatt of what used to be a dream is already on track. Of course, just like any other KPI within the Kingdom vision, that goes up as we are, almost exceeding the target and getting the target ahead of the plan. So now, actually, the 60 gigawatt of 50% renewable has moved up to 130 gigawatt. So now the new ambition actually is to deliver 130 megawatt of renewables by 2030.
Farhad, let me bring you back into the conversation as, again, the representative for Aramco here. Just in terms of how Aramco views the energy transition, do you see it as, a competition, perhaps, between yourself and renewable energy companies? Or what sort of partnerships can there be between Aramco and renewable energy companies?
Well, the world will need all forms of energy going forward. A lot of people think oil and gas is destined for mobility only, and electric vehicles will take that market share from oil and gas. But in reality, a lot of the materials we see today here come from oil and gas. Petrochemicals, only source of fuel or feed is oil and gas. But there is a future for oil and gas along with other fuels. We've had coal for the past 200 years, and it's still with us today, despite all the talk about emissions and transition. But the reality of the transition, it will have to happen with everyone at hand. The current and conventional forms of energy, the new forms of energy, we're also going beyond all of that. Our technology network, that's global, through 13 locations, is investing in cutting-edge technology, not only within oil and gas, but even in the automotive sector. We just invested in a venture with Geely and Renault, an oil and gas company, investing in an automobile engine car, with the hope of taking a lot of our technology into that space. In addition, through our Aramco Ventures fund, it's a $7 billion fund, the main purpose of it is to use that vehicle to disrupt Aramco. To give you an example, one of the companies we're investing in Silicon Medicine, have a platform for drug discovery. We're using their platform right now to explore new materials that can help us in direct air capture. We're not stopping there yet. We're going beyond in piloting direct air capture with companies like Siemens. We're working across the oil and gas sector and creating the oil and gas decarbonization charter, which is something we launched in COP28 in Dubai, with the hope of having everyone within our industry reduce their emissions to the level where many of the companies aspire to. This could achieve around 1 gigatons of CO2 realization. So the future will require all forms of energy. Demand continues to grow, but it's in our interest to work all collectively towards exploring and exploiting technology in the best interest of reducing the emissions of the current energy system while meeting the growing energy demand.
Thank you, Fahad. And Mohsin, there's a lot of, when you think about what Fahad was laying out there, there's a lot of challenges to any kind of approach when it comes to the green energy transition. If you think about Morocco and some of the challenges that it has faced, everything from infrastructure, reliability, storage, modernizing transmission networks. Just walk us through some of the key challenges when it comes to turning Morocco into this sort of massive green energy investment hub, and how your country has addressed those challenges.
Well, it's more about demand, and demand is growing. We've been hearing during the last 2 days a lot about generative AI, robotics, you name it, and President Trump said 2 days ago that the demand will double, and he said, drill, baby, drill. And at the same time, we have a few weeks ago another president in Europe saying, plug, baby, plug. Well, fair enough. I want to say drill or plug whenever you can. But if you want to plug, it has to be sustainable. Of course, it has to be environmentally sustainable, but economically viable and sustainable. That means you have to face some challenges. And in Morocco, we have faced 3 main challenges. The first one is the intermittency. For the renewables, you need intermittency because the wind and the power is fluctuating, so you need a good intermittency. In Morocco, we may not have the best solar irradiation, we may not have the best wind exposure, but we have the best mix that gives us 60% of baseload factor, which is very important. And the rest, we fill it with the green hydrogen or a battery storage system. That was the first challenge. The other challenge is the availability of land. Even if you have wind and sun and you don't have land availability, you're not able to start huge programs like we did with Aquapora in Morocco for No Ouarzazate. And of course, the last challenge is, you mentioned it, the storage transportation. For transportation, we need to use these new devices, the HVDC, which is current continuous, to plug our electrons to Europe. Otherwise, we can send molecules, green molecules. So either it's green electron or green molecules we have the ability to transport it, to store it, and to distribute it.
Abdulhamid, let me just get you to touch on one thing that he discussed there, and that is the economic viability of these projects. I mean, these projects obviously have to be bankable. As a leading private sector company, how does ACWA Power manage and navigate that balance between delivering returns to investors while at the same time focusing on long-term sustainability?
So just to give you a perspective first on what we are managing a portfolio of around $110 billion of assets under management, split it between 55% in Saudi and the rest is international in different 13 countries. When it comes for us to decide on the countries, I think a big part of it comes from the scalability of these projects and the visibility of the pipeline. That's why, as mentioned by His Excellency Mohsen, we have been in Morocco for the last almost 10 years, and we continue to be visible there and interested in the pipeline there, and similarly in other locations as well. It is always a risk and return perspective when it comes to the expectation of different technologies from a return perspective. So it's very obvious when you build up a CCGT plant, which is a gas-fired power plant, you will get a better return compared to a simple solar PV or a wind project, given the risk associated with the execution and the operation of these assets. We as ACWA Power always committed to deliver to our investors a portfolio that can always give a mid-teen IRR on a portfolio basis, so we'll continue to create value for our investors, even for the renewable portfolio that we are investing in. You have asked an interesting question, as the world moves into energy and transitioning energy to renewables, how we can sustain such a returns for the investors, and this is a big part of a challenge that a lot of investors and developers in the world are facing. For us, the key was actually scalability. So we don't go anymore for small projects. So we do multiple gigawatts of projects. We do big scale, 3 to 4 gigawatt each projects of renewable. We end up negotiating very well with the supply chain, EPC contractors, financials, institution partners to make sure that we can deliver that expected return at a utility scale size. Ultimately, this is something that we are blessed with because we have the scale in Saudi and other countries that we are operating in. But yes, sometimes that scalability is missed in countries like in Africa or some countries also in Central Asia that are working in a smaller scale projects.
We only have a minute and a half left, but I wanted to quickly talk about green hydrogen. I mean, you mentioned obviously that green hydrogen is really expensive. Mohsen, I think that I'm going to ask you this question because one of the things I'm interested in is how Morocco is balancing this idea of exporting green hydrogen to Europe, for example, with also its own domestic energy needs. That is an important balance and a balance that obviously Morocco has to navigate quite well.
You know, now we're working hard on transforming the maximum of our renewables. You have the green energy, which represents 70% of the capex when you do a green hydrogen project. And the rest is electrolyzers, and then you can produce ammonia. But as Morocco is the first producer of phosphate, and with ammonia, will be the first producer of green fertilizer to feed the world. That's one of the first cluster we want to create. But not only, we can create other cluster with green steel, green aluminum, green glass, you name it, so that create an industrial cluster like in any energy transition. There are economic powerhouse that has been created in Europe and the US, for instance. So Morocco is the future world with its partners, of course.
Can I add?
Yeah, go ahead, jump in quickly.
I think it's important that today and yesterday there was a lot of talks about the green hydrogen and it's expensive. Definitely any technology when it starts, it goes at a level and ultimately with the economy of scale it goes down. I can give you a recent examples. Like we started our first solar PV project at almost 6 cents, which was already dropped to 50% beyond that, before that. Today, we're delivering project at 1.2 to 1.4 cents per kilowatt hour, and this is almost 80% drop on the solar PV project technology in less than a decade. Similarly, in the CSP, 60% drop in the price, and the water desal also have witnessed around 68% drop. So definitely, you have to start from somewhere, and this is where we are developing now 2 projects, one in Neom and one in Uzbekistan, with a quarter of a ton per year capacity of green hydrogen, and we'll continue to deliver more. ultimately we will be delivering the market for the green hydrogen, and there is potential with time. So we have to be patient, and ultimately the market will come.
And very, very quickly, Fahad, do you want to add something about green hydrogen? Obviously, you and I were talking about how expensive it is and how you utilize green hydrogen to scale.
Well, at the moment, we're into hydrogen as well. We're in blue hydrogen, which comes off gas with carbon capture. We have been in the market for some time, looking for off-takers. For these projects to go ahead, it requires off-takers, but the demand hasn't been materializing as fast, going back to the importance of affordability and all of that. In hard-to-abate sectors, with the right policies, we could be seeing some hydrogen penetration. But the global energy system is much bigger than one fuel to meet that demand. As I said, for us to tackle the energy transit issue, we have to focus on sustainability, affordability, and the reliability of the energy system. Emissions should be at the heart of all of that focus. We shouldn't be focusing on a fuel over the other, but rather emissions. And we should be mindful that most of the demand going forward will be coming from the global south. So we can design and plan whatever policies we want. If we can't get the global south to come along with us, we will not succeed in our ambition.
Right, thank you three so much. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss the role of investing in economic growth and, of course, our theme, investing with purpose, it is my distinct honor to welcome the man who has made our movement here at FII possible. Please put your hands together for His Excellency, the Governor of PIF, the Chairman of Saudi Aramco, and the Chairman of the FII Institute, Yasser Al-Rumayyan. With Dr. Eric Schmidt, the former chairman and CEO of Google.
Your Excellency, I think I can speak for everyone in the audience of how proud we are that you chose Miami and here to put on one of the most important investment conferences, I think, in the world. So thank you very much on behalf of everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. It's really a great pleasure for us to do the third Miami, FII Miami. And thank you, Richard, for all your efforts. The speech of President Trump added so much value to this conference.
If I can interrupt you, when I call the president, he doesn't show up at my conference. You called him, and he shows up. I mean, that's what you're a governor, you're the chairman of Aramco, and most important, I suspect to everyone in the room, you're in charge of Live Golf.
That's it.
You see? That's how it works.
That's how it works.
But getting to more serious things, the president opened the summit on Wednesday and spoke about stimulating the economy and encouraging investments. How do you see the investment in the economic growth, and what is PIF's role? You have so many resources now globally. I know you well personally, and you are the most jet-lagged person I know. Back and forth and back and forth. It's crazy.
I mean, if you look at the GDP formula, right? It's government spending plus the I, which is the investments, then the consumption, plus the export, minus the import. Now, the role of PIF is mainly the I. And this I, or the investment, will stimulate the whole economy, the whole GDP. If you look at if you look back in history, 2022, Saudi Arabia was the #1 growing economy out of the G20 countries. While interest rate was going, from 2% to over 6.5%, we still grew over 7%. Right. And the main reason was the deployment of investments that we had. So PIF is mainly the economic engine of the kingdom, and that's part of the vision 2030 that we have. We have established about 103 different companies in 13 different sectors. And we're doing this not only internationally, but we're doing it both domestically and internationally. Our focus right now is on the domestic deployment. We deploy between $40 to $50 billion in annual basis in greenfield projects, which is really a big thing. For us, instead of going to the secondary market and buy financial assets, which is part of our strategy though, but what we do is to go there, invest in new companies, new sectors, revive some of these sectors, create some of these sectors. And the economic multiplier of that is really what we're looking to do, to have an economic multiplier of minimum 2 times for every real or dollar we spend. We will get at least another real or dollar. Job creation, local content, which is very important if you look at the GDP formula, because local content will give you the opportunity to export more and to import less. So that's what we've been doing. We created over 1.1 million direct and indirect jobs domestically and globally. And the thing about these jobs, it's not only the numbers, but the quality of these jobs, what really matters. So that's what we've been doing since the first strategy that we have released back in 2017.
What I thought was interesting was how much you're also driving in the United States. The president 2 days ago said, invest in the US. You are doing this. You're driving literally hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in the US and hundreds of thousands of jobs in the US, as well as obviously in Saudi.
Absolutely. I mean, even with our deployment domestically, it would have an impact. I will just give 2 examples. Riyadh Air, which is a new company that we have established to connect Riyadh to the rest of the world with more destinations and more frequency, just put a contract for Boeing like 2 years ago for about $20+ billion. This $20+ billion is creating more jobs in here in the US. Another example is Savvy, which is one of our e-gaming companies, one of the largest. It became one of the largest companies. Acquired a company in the US, which is Scopely, for about $4.9 billion, although we consider it as domestic deployment, but it's going internationally. In addition to what we do with asset managers and with other companies. We, as you may know, we are the largest investor in Lucid. We got into that company, I think, back in 2017 or 18, and we are continuously investing in this company. Another great company, I think, is Magic Leap, right here in Fort Lauderdale. We have deployed, I think, close to either between $3 to $4 billion since the beginning. And it has the greatest technology. Now we're working with Google, Meta, and hopefully very soon with all the others. So the impact of our investments is not only the financial markets, but going into real companies and creating new innovations, new products, new services, which really create jobs and economic multiplier.
Is this why PIF is different from the other sovereign wealth funds?
Totally.
That's why, under your leadership, you're having this huge impact globally now that, frankly, the others are not.
Totally. I mean, I remember back in 2015 when the Crown Prince, who is the chairman of the Public Investment Fund, said, the way we've been going since 1971, which is the date of establishment of PIF, is not in the right direction. We were doing mainly developmental projects, which were good to a certain extent, but most of these projects were not lucrative or didn't make enough money to be sustainable. They created banks, SABIC, petrochemical companies, railways, many great things. But he said, we have to take it to the next level. So what we've done, we started with a very simple process. We started with the diagnostic. What is it exactly that we're doing currently? Then we went and we said, okay, let's see what the other sovereign wealth funds and the long-term investment funds are doing, benchmarking. Then we looked at the gap between what we were doing and what everyone else is doing. We found most of the sovereign wealth funds and the long-term investments vehicles or funds, what they do is they're going mainly to financial assets, or they go to private equity, or they're very passive financial investors. Very few cases, we found some of the sovereign wealth funds, their mandate is a bit different, which is domestic investments. So we said, instead of going out and create number of different sovereign wealth funds, we want to put it all together in one. So we have currently 6 different pools of investments. We have the international one, the strategic assets like what we've done in Uber. We were the largest private equity deal, I think, in history at that time. Like what we've done with Blackstone and Infrastructure Fund, and also with the SoftBank Vision Fund. And then we have the balanced portfolio that goes out and invests internationally in all kind of underlyings, all asset classes. And by the way, 40% of our international deployment is coming here to the US. Then we have, thank you.
Thank you.
And it could have been much more, but you know, unfortunately, sometimes when you want to procure more from the US or invest more, there are certain restrictions. I hope with the current administration, these restrictions to be ironed out, and it will attract more investment back to the US. The other 4 pools of investments that we have, sector development, which is something very, very important to us. We go to sectors that were not in existence or dormant, and we invest more there. And then we have the financial investments within MENA. Then the other 2 investments are based on real estate and infrastructure. And the 6th one, which is one of the most important ones, is the giga projects. Projects like NEOM, Red Sea, Diriyah, Roshan. And these kind of projects are really long-term. It needs a long-term horizon. Otherwise, it will never work out. A project like NEOM has 5 main assets, 14 or 16 different sectors. You are creating a whole ecosystem. It's not your typical real estate project.
So one of the areas that you personally have been driving is this investment in the kingdom into AI. You have convened a series of meetings, which a whole bunch of my friends and so forth have been coming. I've been there.
Right.
You've clearly decided that AI matters. Let everybody know, where will the kingdom lead in AI? How will you participate in the AI revolution?
We are very well positioned to be a major global champion when it comes to AI for the following reasons. One, we have the political will.
Yep.
With that comes all easing the regulations and you know, pave the way for not only PIF and not only the Saudi private sector, but more internationally. And that's what we have demonstrated with our partnerships with Google and the others. Two, you have the funds to be invested. Three, you have people, Saudis and otherwise. 1/3 of our population are foreigners and reside in Saudi. So we're welcoming more and more foreigners to come and reside and work and live in Saudi. Four, which is the most important, and I remember when we started talking about AI, everyone was looking at the AI stack, and they're forgetting the most important element, which is energy. And energy, we have a surplus of energy, and that's why we're one of the largest.
By the way, we can use it all. The AI people will take everything you've got.
And the good thing, it's not fossil fuel-based energy only.
It's renewable.
It's renewable. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is really big, and it works very well with solar energy. Wind is also there. We have some spots, one of the best spots for wind turbines. Our strategy by the year 2032, I know this is not fashionable anymore, but we want to have 50% of our energy mix to come from renewable, and the other 50 will come from gas, and hopefully we will have zero liquids in this mix. So that's why we are very well positioned to be a major global player in AI. Now, is AI a good thing for us and for the world? The answer is definitely yes. If you look at the history, recent history, I mean, like the last 2 decades, 2 centuries, the world was based on agriculture until the Industrial Revolution came in. And we still have today the economic calendar, the non-farm payroll, because the farm payroll was the major thing. But after the Industrial Revolution, most of these jobs were phased out. And then after that comes in, the radio, the television. Then we had the mainframe, the computers. Then after that, we had the internet. And today we have AI. So these jobs will move from one sector to the other. We will continue on creating more jobs for most people, and we will definitely, with the use of AI, we will be in a better place as a human. So I think the most important thing is to deploy investments in AI wisely. And the reason why I'm saying this, if you go back to the late 90s, the internet bubble, you had companies like America Online, you had companies like Netscape, Alta Vista, Yahoo. Some of our young audience maybe never heard of these companies, right? They were the market leaders when it comes to internet. And there was this little company. I don't know if you heard of it. It's called Google, who they came in late to the game. I think, if I'm not mistaken, back in 1998, Google tried to sell itself to Yahoo for $10 million. And Yahoo said, no, we're not going to buy it. And the next year, they gave Google a contract of $100 million. 2003, I think, it was the largest IPO ever, over 30 billion, and raised about $3 or $4 billion. So that's why this is not a race. You have to pace your investments. Okay. Otherwise, it's not going to work out.
Yeah. By the way, that 50% renewable number because of the ample solar is a huge deal. The other thing that you do that is just super fun is you're investing in sports all around the world. And I'm assuming that, one, you like it, but you also benefit from it. It makes money, but it also makes the kingdom more well-known, gets people to come to the kingdom, so forth. What's the real strategy, aside from fun and winning?
I mean, fun and winning is part of the main targets that the Vision 2030 has, which is, improve the quality of living in Saudi Arabia. We have a young population, relatively speaking, to most other countries. Saudis used to spend over $30 billion in annual basis just to vacation outside of the country because there wasn't much in Saudi. So sports sector is one of the 13 different sectors that we're really focusing on as part of our strategy. The first thing that we've done was in football or soccer. We bought...
You can call it football. It's okay. It's okay.
We bought a Newcastle football club, and we did extremely well. Then we started on our local deployment. We have now 4 different football clubs in Saudi. And the reason why we acquired these 4 teams, because we wanted to elevate the Saudi Pro League to be in the top 3 football leagues around the world. We have, of course, invested in Live Golf, and the reason why we invested there, because we thought the potential of golf is really big, and you have less people playing golf or watching golf or attending the golf events. So we saw the potential there, and we went there and deployed this big investment in golf. We did the same thing with esports. Esports is the next big thing. Savvy is mandate is not only to invest in other companies in e-gaming or video games, but to create esports activities. We have done the World Cup of esports, and we will continue on investing there and to have it in Saudi. I think Saudi Arabia has the largest percentage of gamers of its population. So it's very important to all of us. So the World Cup, of course, of football is coming to Saudi 2034. And we're building now a big number of stadiums, and it's going to be all over the kingdom between Riyadh, the eastern area, Neom, Jeddah, and these are very innovative way of constructing, designing these stadiums, and it's basically inviting more and more people to come and visit the kingdom. So it is fun, but at the same time, the impact of it is really huge.
I think for all of you, what does it take to be one of the greatest investors in the world today? His Excellency. It took 30 years of discipline, a long-term focus, an architecture, and a set of goals. And what I like about what you said is you figured it out, right? If we could all just copy his discipline, his focus, and his, in my view, public spiritedness to help his country, we'd all be better off. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about discipline, we talked about focus, and I think what you saw in that one-on-one conversation was also a lot of passion. And our next panel is all about investing with purpose, but also investing with passion, investing in what you know. And our next moderator, the man that I'm about to introduce on stage, I would say passion is one of his prime qualities. Please welcome a man you all know well, the chairman of the executive committee of FII, Mr. Richard Attias. Big round of applause. He will be in conversation with Steve Cohen, chairman, CEO, and president of Point72, chairman and CEO of one of my favorite teams, the New York Mets. Steve.
Hey, Richard. How are you? Good to see you. Is that your
Please
phone?
take your seat. Thank you, thank you. So, please be kind to take your seat. We have a great conversation with a great man. Thank you, Stephen, for being with us.
Happy to be here.
And Stephen doesn't need any introduction, but for the people who are watching us on live stream, Steve Cohen is the chairman and CEO and president of Point72, a global asset management firm, but he's more known, as you can see, as he bought the New York Met in 2020, and he's serving as its chairman and CEO. Steve is also a great philanthropist, and thank you for that. He co-founded the Stephen and Alexandra Cohen Foundation in 2001 already.
Somewhere we did it. Yeah.
So the foundation works in support of Lyme disease research, underserved communities, children, the arts, and sustainability. And last but not least, so just to see how holistic Stephen and his family are, he created the Cohen Veterans Networks and Cohen Veterans Bioscience in 2015 to improve veterans' mental health and quality of life. Please, a round of applause for Stephen Cohen.
Thank you.
But today, Stephen, we have heard a great deal in recent years about sport as an investable asset class. And you have run one of the most successful investment firms in the world. What is your view today on the business of sport and into the future? We see a lot of money going on sport.
There's a lot of money coming in, and when you actually look at the returns, I mean, they're not amazing. They're good, okay? I mean, obviously, some sports have been clearly better than others. And there's a lot of attempts to create all sorts of new leagues and all really competing for sports, media, contracts and obviously trying, in a fractured consumer environment. Now, they're all not going to make it, right? So if I'm going to invest, I think you want to go blue chip. You want to go with the major leagues. We know who they are in the U.S. and around the world. I think the media landscape is fractured now, and so therefore we're sort of going through a period of transition. I mean, ultimately it's about content, and content usually wins. And then there's the psychic enjoyment. You want to measure return. It's not just about making money. It's about, I mean, the way I describe it is I tell somebody that I am the founder of Point72, everybody yawns. But if you tell them you own the New York Mets, they get really excited, okay? And so there's that psychic enjoyment of owning a team, and I think that's what attracts people to that.
The late Nelson Mandela was always saying that sport is an amazing tool for social progress and economic development. You purchased the New York Mets nearly, 5 years ago?
That's right.
And how can investment in sport also be investment with purpose? This FII Miami is under the team investment with purpose for the good of many and the community.
Yeah, I mean, when I bought the team, in my initial press conference, I said clearly that I was doing it because I had an opportunity to take an unpolished gem, and the New York Mets just hadn't been invested in the way other teams had been for a long time, and I can turn this unpolished gem and make millions of people happy. I mean, wherever I go, there are Met fans everywhere. And so this was an opportunity but I call it philanthropy. I'm not trying to make money doing this. Frankly, if I break even, I'd be the happiest guy in the world. Yeah, and so you can impact people in different ways. Now, this is, you may describe this as not as serious as trying to cure cancer, but it brings joy to people's lives. And I have that opportunity to do that, and that kind of excites me.
A few minutes ago on stage, we had, of course, His Excellency Yasser Omayan, who is at the head of LIV. And you made a major investment also in golf through PGA Enterprise and in the new Tomorrow Golf League. So what drew you to this investment? Do you envision more globalization of sport?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of this has to do with the development of streaming channels and global reach. When if certain companies decide they want to broadcast your sport, you're not just reaching your traditional audience, you're reaching audiences that may be exposed for the first time to these type of activities and leagues and sports. And so, yeah, I mean, what was the question again?
It was about this globalization of sport,
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're seeing. I mean, in the end, is America ever going to gravitate to cricket? Probably not, right? I mean, but there's a huge audience out there, as an example, that cares about that, and so, yeah, I think there's. It brings people together. It brings fandom together. It engages people in ways that, with all the partisan nonsense that goes on in the world today, you can bring a Republican and Democrat to a game and they're not arguing anymore.
At the end of the day, everything is about people. So let's talk about talents. And I'm curious to know how was your approach to talent development and how, in fact, this approach to talent development has changed over the years in finance and sport.
Yeah, listen, I think, anything I do, whether it's my hedge fund or the Mets, if you're not trying to develop your next great talents, you're falling behind. And so I have development programs at my hedge fund that start right out of college, and learning and education never ends. And I feel the same way with the Mets. If we are not elite in our development of talent, and not just drafting talent, but taking players and trying to improve them. If we're not doing that, then I think it's a lost opportunity, and I set those type of standards of what I want my baseball management to accomplish, and I do the same thing at my hedge fund. It's cheaper. When you develop your own talent, it's cheaper. They know the culture. They know what you want. And, listen, I signed a ball player this year, great ball player. He wasn't cheap, okay? Would I prefer to develop him? Sure.
But which strategies are you using to develop talent? Are you using AI? Are you using some technology? Or are you going with the traditional ways of developing and incubating talent?
Yeah, listen, there's new technologies out there in both, whether my hedge fund or baseball, using software, using cameras, using biomechanics. These are things that no one really talked about 5 or 10 years ago, and now I think it's an area that is underexplored. We have 35, 40 people in analytics at the Mets. They're using, everyone talks about AI. AI's been around for a while. Machine learning's been around for a while. And so now everyone's focused on LLMs, but AI has been certainly in use, and we use it to find patterns and find, ways to extract new information from the data we have. The more data you have, the more that you can find ways to create what I call new veins of alpha. And that's true in the Mets, and it's true at Point 72. So I listen, if you're not keeping up on technology, keeping up on trying to be progressive going forward, you're going to fall behind. And so I think that those are table stakes today.
But you are also a major investor in AI, if I'm not wrong. So how do you see AI and sport coming together in the next future? You know, you'll be the first one to maybe inspire us since yesterday we started this conversation to see how AI is disrupting all sectors.
Yeah.
But how do you see AI and sport going together for the next, let's say, 5 years?
I mean, just like a simple thing. Like, I mean, in the New York market, there's a program where three supposedly knowledgeable people are arguing about what the Mets should do. I mean, you could argue you could have three characters that are all AI generated, creating all sorts of, banter back and forth, and it makes those personalities maybe less relevant. And so, I mean, it's about data. It's about, how do you engage in content? How do you engage with your fan? I mean, the more data you have on your fan, the more you can kind of customize a solution to what they need. And utilizing these techniques gives you the ability to really delve in much more into the data you have and the data you can create, and perhaps find things that you didn't know about before.
Are you picking players also based on data and AI?
I'm not picking. I try not to pick players. I leave that to my baseball people. If I'm picking the players, we got a problem. Yeah, listen, any tool that you can use that gives you an advantage. And frankly, I'll say it again, we've been using AI at the Mets for a while. I mean, that's what machine learning is. And if you weren't using those techniques, you'd be somewhat limited in the things that perhaps you can extract. I mean, baseball creates a ton of data. I mean, it's incredibly statistical. And the more that you can use compute, the more that you can create new forms of data, the more you can explore.
Let's talk about philanthropy. You are a great philanthropist with your family and the great foundation.
Yeah.
How do you see the future of philanthropy? So many people are coming to us and say, we want to invest with purpose. We want to have an impact. But how to start being a philanthropist without being a multi-billionaire?
Well, yeah, you got to start somewhere, right? And I think it comes down to identifying what you're passionate about. And you don't have to, there are plenty of places that you can either participate in the charity, in the philanthropy, on a board. You can learn how to do it, right? I mean, there's plenty of models out there that can teach you, how to build something. I mean, we built the Veterans Network, treating mental health, PTSD, and traumatic brain injury for veterans. I mean, we started with one clinic. I was making it up as I went along. We now have 25 clinics around the country treating 20,000 veterans and their families for free. We're about to open 2 clinics in Israel. I mean, we got contacted by the Saudi government to help them think about how to help their soldiers. So this isn't just a U.S. issue, an Israeli issue. This is an issue everywhere in the world. And so now, all of a sudden, what was a very local U.S. project is now becoming a global project. Now, if you asked me 5, 10 years ago, would that happen? I would have said, I'm just trying to get this going. And so, listen, it's a management issue. It's a commitment issue, a funding issue. So you need to solve all those problems. And if you can solve all those problems, you can actually create something unique.
Talking about the U.S., you are so a global investor and someone who had a lot of impact. So what is your current outlook for the U.S. economy?
Yeah, I think this is one of those moments where there's really a lot of uncertainty, and I have pretty strong views here. When you take a brew of tariffs, I mean, tariffs cannot be positive, okay? I mean, it's a tax. And you can imagine tit for tat if the U.S. does something, implements a tax on somebody, somebody else is going to, perhaps raise the stakes and raise their tax back. So taxes are never positive. On top of that, we have slowing immigration, which means the labor force will not grow as rapidly as previous over the last, say, 5 years. And in addition, now you have Doge, right? And you know, wherever you lay on the Doge issue, I mean, that's austerity. And austerity, you know, when that money's been coursing through the economy over many years, and now potentially will be reduced or stopped in many ways, has got to be negative for the economy. So you have tariffs, I mean, I could see a situation where we think growth is going to slow to 1.5% from 2.5% in the second half, and yet the unemployment rate is actually going to go down, which because of slowing labor force. And so, I mean, there may be offsets in Doge, and that needs to be considered. But the reality is you've got a brew of sticky inflation, slowing growth, and austerity in the government. And so I'm actually pretty negative for the first time in a while. I don't think it's going to be a disaster, but I do think, given where investors lay, how committed they are to the markets today, that I think we're seeing a regime shift a little bit. And it may only last a year or so, but it's definitely a period where I think the best gains have been had, and it wouldn't surprise me to see a significant correction.
Let's end our conversation on a positive note.
Right, okay. I mean, it's not that bad, okay? I mean, things don't always go up to the right, so you know it'll change again.
What gave you hope when you look forward?
I mean, human ingenuity, right? Think about the things that are going on today. Like, how can you be negative? I mean, there's so much innovation, so many new technologies out there, globalization in a way that, you know, it's not just happening in the U.S., it's happening around the world. I'm an optimist by nature, and I'm excited about all the different possibilities that, you know, are being created by entrepreneurial people.
As a mentor, what advice would you give to a young entrepreneur who wants to invest?
Well, you know, I mean, you know, find something that you're passionate about and be committed to it. You know, being an entrepreneur is not easy. I mean, you always have startup risk, and there's no guarantee of success. But, you know, even if you were to fail, you're still going to learn a lot. And maybe it's the second, third time that comes around where you actually learn from past mistakes. So, I mean, if you don't go for it, you're going to look back and wish you did.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Steve Cohen.
Right. Thanks, everybody. Yep. Thanks, Richard.
Please welcome your next panelists. Ann Walsh, Managing Partner, Guggenheim Partners, CIO, Guggenheim Partners Investment Management. Angel Ubide, Head of Economic Research for Global Fixed Income and Macro at Citadel. Michael Katz, Head of Investment and Corporate Banking, Mizuho Americas. And your moderator, Manus Cranney, anchor at Bloomberg TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, welcome. Will markets survive? The title of our panel is expansive. There's a long draft, but we'll go with the top line. Will markets survive a $100 trillion debt crisis? I think we've got to define what scale of crisis or debt mountain we're facing. And let's kick it off with you. Is it a crisis or a debt surge? How would you define it?
Well, I think that the trajectory that we are currently on, particularly in the US, but in other developed economies, towards $100 trillion of global debt outstanding is unsustainable. It is relative to where we are going to be. We could see that 100% of GDP of the economies of the globe be reached in debt levels by 2030, which isn't very far away. So assuming nothing else changes, which we know these are complex economies and backgrounds and settings, but assuming nothing else changes, that's a predominantly unsustainable trajectory.
Michal, put some context around it for us. How would you define the scope?
Well, I think that 100 trillion is clearly an ominous number, but it's also very nuanced. 2/3 of that number can be traced to 3 countries. The US at 35 trillion, followed by China and Japan. And then you got to double click even further and say, okay, there are certain countries which are more likely to default, and just given their scale and their impact, it would be less so on the world stage. Whereas other countries, like the US, contributing 35 trillion, is less likely to default. Some would say will not default. And as we all know, when the US sneezes, putting on record, but you know the expression, when the US sneezes, the world catches a cold. And so I would say that you got to put that in the context. And so we did talk about the US, whether the US, how is the US faring? Today, the dollar does serve as a reserve currency. We're also sitting in an environment where we have oversupply of savings. Capital markets are functioning. 2024 finished with a record issuance of investment-grade bonds, 1.5 trillion of issuance. So investment grade is healthy, non-investment grade is functioning, record refinancings. And so there is adequate funding to support the debt today. But I do agree with Anne that it is the trajectory that we are on is not sustainable with implications.
We're on a fast highway, fiscally speaking. Ankel, good morning. How would you define context, first of all, crisis or manageable surge?
It's manageable surge, right? I think the way to put it is this, right? When you increase leverage, you have to be more careful. And what we have is more leverage in the economy, right? It is concentrated in the US and China and also Japan. I think the difference is that the US is the main major economy where there is no prospect for a stabilization of the debt to GDP ratio in the next several years. And so this is an issue that needs to be handled. It's not going to be easy. The US needs to cut its deficit by around 3 points of GDP to stabilize the debt. And that's the challenge.
Well, here's the issue. Ray Dalio was speaking about this very issue just 10 days ago. And he said, leave it to Ray, we're in a debt spiral. And of course, he's talking about the servicing of that debt, the amount of debt that needs to be rolled over here in the United States. I mean, that's a very dramatic statement, death spiral. And is it as bad as that?
Well, shout out to Ray. He's a really deep thinker, and I have to commend him for bringing the issue to everyone's attention. We could be. This is actually what Keynes wrote about, and I would say particularly again in the U.S., we've been on a Keynesian use of the economy from our, I'm going to call them spendocrats in Washington, not realizing that when Keynes talked about stimulating economies, the idea was that when economies go through recession, then the idea is to spend to support the economy. But the part that they forget about in Washington is you're supposed to stop spending when the economy gets to a stronger point. We are spending $2 trillion a year in deficit spending in an economy with a 4% unemployment rate and a very strong backdrop. So this is where the real problem gets in, and because the cost of that debt, to Ray's point, has risen so much, the cost of servicing that debt just adds on. So again, this is not a model that's supposed to work, and Keynes would probably be spinning in his grave right about now.
But then, Ankel, let's extrapolate from what Anne just said. That is what Doge and Scott Bessent have very clearly said, that they have an ambition. 3% of a fiscal deficit, a Doge group that is on fire at the moment. Is that what the bond market believes? Are we giving enough pricing to Doge and deficit reduction?
Well, I think the bond market is giving it the benefit of the doubt, but it will want to see the action, right? I'll say this. To cut the deficit by 3 percentage points, which is what you need to achieve the 3% deficit objective that Scott Bessent is looking at, you need to raise revenues. You cannot do it just with the spending cuts. Unless you want to go into entitlements, you are never going to get there because you would need to basically cut 100% of non-defense discretionary spending. So you need revenues. The question is, where are those revenues going to come from?
Well, where do you think those revenues will come from? When would you say that the bond market will call success or really question this program?
I don't think the bond market necessarily is going to focus on the 3% specifically. I think the bond market wants to see a framework that is credible. At the end of the day, it's credibility of the institutions what keeps the bond markets in good shape. So a fiscal framework and credibility of monetary policy. And if that stays there, then I think we are going to be okay.
You've been on the road talking to a lot of clients. Do clients believe in this story? Is that what they're hanging their hat on at the moment when you're talking to the clients? Do they believe that from the bond perspective?
Before I answer that, I do want to say that there's the flip side of fiscal discipline, which is pro-growth policies, which we are seeing. So the other side of the equation is not just kind of cut your way to reducing your debt, but if you can put, because not all debt is bad, is where are you putting those investments? Are those pro-growth? Is it going to go towards some of the long-term projects that are going to drive automation, energy transition, infrastructure, all the topics that we've been talking about. So if you are going to grow, or you're going to get more productive through technology, the digital disruption that we've been talking about, I do think that you have a path toward that reduction. Again, not at the expense of the discipline that we need. But you asked me a different question, which is, what are the conversations that we're having? It's interesting. In speaking with clients, the topic that come up are, what is going to be the new administration's policy toward trade, tariffs, immigration, some of the geopolitical risk, and less about the deficit itself. Deficit comes into play as it relates to what is going to be the price of the debt. And I think that's the part where clients are thinking, if you have a long-term project, how do you think about funding that long-term project where duration and tenor come into the conversation to ensure that the funding and credit that you need will be there for the duration of the investment cycle.
Can we just step back for a moment, because Japan survived for, Anne corrected me this morning, it wasn't just a decade, it survived very well for 2 decades, with a high debt to GDP ratio, some fiscal issues around that. So it survived very well. Just as we look at global risk at the moment, how do you assess that? Because it seems as if we're in a pretty turbulent time. We've got to understand what the trade and the tariffs are. We need to understand where we are with global growth and disruption. And give me your risk perspective from a helicopter view, and what role do bonds play in that?
Well, so a couple of things, and I also would actually like to respond to the question about revenues as well. So from a top-down perspective, the bond market can be, and has in the past, played a very significant role. After all, if there's no confidence in an issuer, and whether that's a company or a sovereign, then the bond market is not going to play. They're not going to participate. And so at the ultimate end of the day, the biggest risk to issuers is that there is no buyer. Currently, that's not the case, because there's still a huge amount of liquidity still in the system post-COVID from all the money pushed into the system through various central bank interventions and fiscal interventions. One of the reasons that we're here where we are is because of all of that. And there's still that excess liquidity that's there to buy those debt issuances. But I'm going to go back to the question about revenues for a moment, because if you think about a corporate issuer, companies can sort of dial up revenues, dial down costs, and they can use those tools together. Historically, if you look particularly at the US, revenues have run about 20% of GDP for the fiscal coffers. Whether it's in good times or bad times, it's awfully hard to dial up the revenues. Yes, growth is going to help with that, which is obviously one of the reasons that President Trump comes to places like here and talks about investing in America, because he's trying to get the growth to come along with it. But it's a lot harder for those tools to exist for sovereigns relative to, say, a company.
Ankel, your perspective, I mean, and I know you wanted to respond on the revenue side, but Ankel, if we look at where we are, I said to you, define what success is. This bond market is very well behaved at the moment, relative to some other moments of history and crisis in bond markets. Why are we so restrained? Why are we trading 430, 470? Why is the US bond market behaving so well when we have so many unknowns on the inflation and on the policy side?
So here is one easy way to look at it if you want, right? The 10-year rate at 4.5 is the sum of 2.5 inflation and 2% real, right? So for as long as we continue to believe that the 2% inflation objective is going to be respected, the 2.5, 2.75 maybe of inflation is going to be the top. And so the other part is the real. The real can move for two reasons, the good and the bad. The good reason is we generate more growth, and then the real rate is going to go higher. So you can have a 5% 10-year rate for the right reasons. Or you can have a 5% 10-year rate for the wrong reasons. That is, we start putting risk premium into the real part because the fiscal framework is not credible. I'll give you an example. Where are the revenues going to come from? Tariff revenue is not sustainable because it sows the seed of its own destruction, right? You put tariffs up, trade is going to come down at some point. So you can calculate how many dollars are going to come this year, but not necessarily over the next 10 years, right? So that's part of the discussion that I think the bond market is going to be having over the next several months.
And this concern about growth, I mean, this is not just a US concern. We're at just over 2% at the moment. The view is that may just settle a little bit lower. We've got to see what the extension of the tax cuts are in the first instance and policy. How important is that growth narrative when you're out on the road? What are people telling you about the tariffs and the growth risk and the growth drag? I think that's one phrase that seems to have come up recently, which is about a growth drag in the world.
Yeah, the title of this panel is perhaps sets a different story than what we're looking at. The economy, at least the US economy, is an incredibly solid footing. You look at the balance sheets of banks, the non-financial corporates, households. We look at unemployment today. We are set up, particularly given some of the pro-growth policies that we have, to continue operating at this level. Sure, there's a lot of uncertainty, there's unpredictability. We may get some hiccups along the way. But when you think through some of the investments that companies are putting toward to work, we talked a lot about AI over the last day and a half or so. Those would require massive build-outs of data centers globally. You'll need to power those globally. And so when we're thinking of, clients are thinking about making investments, this is not like trading in the stock market one day in, one day out. Mm-hmm. It really is about, business as usual. BAU is about long-term planning for growth.
What triggers a debt sustainability question mark in the bond market, and what is it that sort of would flash to you that we're moving towards questioning our debt trajectory, our fiscal position? What is it that flashes for you?
Well, I think that the credibility argument is a very good one. And if there is a credibility moment, look, there's a lot of risk in the world right now. I like to refer to this as a world of gray swans. But we've had black swans. And while I don't necessarily see one in the immediate future, a black swan event could be a trigger that would cause investors to stop buying sovereign wealth, sovereign debt, and so as a result, they'd stop participating. Right now, we are in equilibrium. There are enough non-U.S. investors as well as U.S. investors to purchase the U.S. debt and to participate and to continue to support the U.S. spending. But I have to say, if modern monetary theory is continued to be the discussion point in Washington, where you can continue to spend, increase the deficit and debt, as long as you remain the reserve currency, I don't think that necessarily has long-term sustainability built around that theory. And so as a result, there could be a triggering event. I don't see one right now, but there could be where the ability to pay back that debt, which is part of the modern monetary theory, is to say, we don't have to pay it back. And I don't think that's realistic.
But I think also the aspect of an increasing public debt at the expense of private debt, so the crowding out of private credit, could be that triggering event. And what does that lead to? Ultimately, higher rates. And we saw what this creep up of rates has done post-COVID, which really has closed the markets for IPOs, particularly for those interest rate sensitive sectors, capital intensive sectors. When you're dealing with a higher rate environment, we really had seen dearth of technology IPOs. You looked at the private equity sector, which was incredibly active in the 2021 timeframe, was sitting on the sidelines, not deploying capital because the cost of financing, LBOs, became more onerous. To me, that is more of the derivative impact of an increasing public debt that would crowd out private debt and lead to higher interest rates.
I'll come back to that in a moment, because we were told that 2025 was going to be such an enormous year in terms of IPOs and in terms of a frenzy of activity. But Ankel, just weigh in here in terms of, what would flash red for you on the sustainability question, debt sustainability?
So to me, at the end, right, solvency is an issue, but you die of a liquidity crunch, right? And you die when there is a strike of buyers. And what can lead to a strike of buyers? One, to me, going back to the credibility story, is if we start questioning the independence of the Federal Reserve and monetary policy. And we know that there is going to be a new chair that is going to be appointed in a year's time and things like that. That is, for me, a focal point for investors. And that could create a buyer's strike. The other one, and it was also mentioned, is there is a lot of non-US buyers of US debt. And if we start questioning the ability or the willingness of the non-US buyers to continue to buy that debt, then again, we could have a problem.
This sort of takes us to a much, much bigger global issue. Every day on Bloomberg, we talk about the exorbitant privilege of the US's position financially, the exorbitant privilege of the dollar, the hegemony of this nation and its assets. We've got 4 years of what seems to be, if we keep going at the pace that we're going, it's going to be quite an exceptional pace of change. And at any level, is the exorbitant privilege or the hegemony of US assets challenged and risk of being challenged?
Well, there's always a risk of the challenge, but at this point in time, it's kind of like I don't really see an immediate black swan event. I also don't see an immediate risk to the strength of and the political power of the U.S. dollar relative to other currencies. We were momentarily challenged by the Chinese, who attempted to challenge that strength of the U.S. dollar as the global currency. And due to their problems economically, that has subsided. So for the current time being, I don't see there being a major risk. Now, like I said, in the future, that could definitely be challenged at some point in time, assuming that this trajectory that we're on doesn't change. I do actually, and maybe I should say something optimistic here, that I do actually see some change. I see the ability to be diverted away from this if the Trump administration and the current thinking is actually able to make a difference. But it's going to be a hard place to go without changing structurally the spending habits out of Washington, and that includes the non-discretionary spending in the U.S. And I would say the same thing for other economies around the globe, particularly Europe, where they're not going to be the challenger in any short term because they have structural problems that they have to solve for. And so I think the likelihood of there being an ascendant challenger is much more limited, again, in the near term.
Let me tighten the question up for you, Ankel. And you're right, Anne, I should have tightened it up a little bit, which is, it's not just a risk, but it's whether it's a tail risk, which morphs into the middle of the bell curve at speed and at pace. What is it that could move the risk forward that you begin to see a serious challenge to those concepts of exorbitant privilege and hegemony?
So at the end of the day, the exorbitant privilege is predicated on the idea that the rest of the world wants to hold dollars. And they want to hold dollars, among other things, to buy things from the US, right? So if we end up in a world, and I'm not saying we are going there, where the level of tariffs and the level of barriers that are built around the US economy is very high, maybe countries will start thinking that, why do I need to hold so many dollars? And I don't think we are going to get there. I hope we are not going to get there, but complacency could take us there, so it's a risk.
Michal, for you, I know that your glass is a little bit more half full in some of these conversations, so I presume you're going to take a top up on this glass.
I would just say that the U.S. continues to be the destination of choice for capital and investments, but got to put on that, remember the mantra of only the paranoid survives, and so having that healthy paranoia and having that fiscal discipline has to be top of mind. And to me, it's a word about balancing. Yes, we're going to continue to grow, but where are we going to put dollars to work? And so balance is perhaps, or prioritization is the name of the game.
We're going to float one of the bigger sort of speculative stories that's in the market today. By the way, I don't have a time monitor, so I'm not sure where I am on time, team, if they could just float this kite, which is, it's called the Mar-a-Lago Accord. And this is what's on the front page of Bloomberg today. It's about taking your creditors into a room for the United States of America and actually saying, you got to swap your treasuries for long-term debt. Now, this is radical. Nobody's saying that this is actually going to happen, but it's one of those kites that's flying out there, and how radical would that be and impact? Let's close off with this.
Well, I think it would be incredibly radical in a few ways. One, I don't think anybody's really taken a really creative approach to problem solving with regard to this debt. And what we're seeing out of the Trump administration in so many different parts is a very creative and new thought approach. Do I see this being feasible? I think it's going to be challenging for other investors and other sovereigns invested in U.S. Fixed income and the U.S. debt to want to take that trade. But I wouldn't put the administration past the opportunity to give it a go.
Briefly, Ankel, we're up against the clock here, so we're going to wrap up on this. Briefly on this kite that's flying out there today.
Well, when there are accords, I always think the same thing. Why hasn't it happened already, right? And obviously there is something that is missing. So my question to this kind of exercise is the following: what is going to be the price that you are going to offer on these long-term treasuries that is going to make it attractive? When there was the discussion about extending the maturity of the debt when we were at zero interest rates, one of the reasons why it didn't happen was that it was a less liquid part of the curve. It was going to be more expensive. So the question here is, imagine they say yes. What price, what yield are you willing to offer for this to be attractive?
Michal?
And why not treat perhaps government like a business, which is, I've talked about the record issuances before, where CFOs were acting prudently by pulling forward financings or refinancing at a lower rate environment. So to me, it's perhaps instilling some of that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. That's Michal Katz, Ankel Diriyah, and Anne Walsh of Guggenheim. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been a terrific crowd so far. I want to urge everyone to stay in your seats. Do not leave this space because we have a powerful rest of the morning planned for you. We have a conversation on the space economy coming up with Gwen Shotwell from SpaceX. Just met her backstage. She's amazing. We have the CEO of Uber, and of course, that final conversation with Masayoshi Son from SoftBank. So save your seat because if not, someone will take it. And now this next conversation is all about wellness, longevity, AI, and robotics. Basically, everything that we care about with Antonio Gracias, founder, CEO, and CIO of Valor Equity Partners, in conversation with Matteo Franceschetti, co-founder and CEO of 8 Sleep.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to thank Richard and our friends at FII. Thank you very much, Richard, and our friends in the Kingdom for inviting us. Richard asked us to pick one of our favorite companies to interview here, and we chose Matteo and 8 Sleep because they're not yet well known. We're known at Valor for investing in, I'd say, many world-changing companies: Tesla, SpaceX, Anduril, Uber, things like this. And I'm often asked, how do you find these things and when do you find them? Well, 8 Sleep is a company like this that's going to change your life. It's impacting longevity, it's impacting wellness, using both artificial intelligence, robotics, and kind of everything you're thinking about here at the conference, all in one company to make our lives better, to make us live longer. So we thought that this would be a great company for us to talk about. And let me begin by asking Matteo to tell us a story of how you got here and what 8 Sleep's about, please.
Yeah, of course. 8 Sleep is a technology company that uses AI and robotics to improve your sleep and your health. We invented a technology that can give you up to 30% better sleep. Our long-term vision is all around 2 things. On one side, to compress your sleep. On the other side, to save your life. The reason why we believe we can compress your sleep is if you look at, there is plenty of clinical evidence where technology can do multiple things by changing your temperature, elevating your head, controlling the environment for sleep optimization. But more than anything right now with this AI wave, we really see an opportunity to save your life by making your bed the most advanced preventative health machine ever built.
Yeah, so Matteo won't tell you. He has, I'd say, many high-performing athletes as users of the 8 Sleep mattress. There's one tech executive I know that has 50 of these things in his houses across the world, and I have them in my homes. You actually think better and operate better. Your overall performance goes up with an 8 Sleep. So what does it actually do? Like, how does the mattress perform, and what's the current product like? Where are we today?
Yeah, so the current version is a mattress pad that you can install on top of your current mattress. So it will not change the comfort of your bed. And we do a couple of different things. The first one is we control your body temperature. And so in real time, based on your biometrics, we heat and cool your body. And you will be able to get up to 30% better sleep, up to 34% more deep sleep. You will wake up less, 27% less, and you will fall asleep 44% faster. On the health spectrum, we are really transforming, as I was saying, your bed in a preventative health machine. And so now we have clinical grade accuracy where we can monitor everything about your cardiovascular system, and we can see cardiovascular diseases, we can see sleep apnea, and we can predict if you're getting sick.
Yeah, so we're talking a lot here at FI, and I think just in the world in general, about robotics. And there's a view almost that robots are tomorrow, or they're going to be 2 years from now, right? And people don't recognize that Tesla autonomous vehicles are amazing robots. I mean, we believe that your sleep device, your pad, is actually a robot. It's on its way to becoming a robot doctor.
Yep.
So today we're at sort of temperature control on the pad to help us sleep better, and you've got great metrics around that. How do we go from here to the full robot doctor that takes care of you while you sleep?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I 100% agree. Substantially, your bed will become this sort of robot doctor that does a couple of different things around sleep enhancement and preventative health. Today, what we do is we control the temperature, we control the elevation. So if you're snoring, we stop you from snoring, or we at least mitigate your snoring. But in 2017, I wrote this memo that I called The Future of Sleep. And I have this vision of what we call HyperPod, which is an AI-powered system and machine for your sleep. And on one side, we control everything around your environment. And so you can think of temperature, light, noise, oxygen level, air quality, air temperature. And through these factors, we will give you better sleep. My end goal is to compress your sleep from 8 hours to 6 hours. What if you could sleep only 6 hours and get more rest than when you were sleeping 8 hours? Then it doesn't matter if it's 6 or 8 hours, it's still a lot of time, and you're in bed every single night standing still. And so then I started thinking, okay, what else can we do for you during this period? And the idea is to transform your bed and use the space that you have to embed sensors that can track everything about your health. And so it can range from radar to computer vision to any sort of sensor that can do a sort of daily vital scan of your body to understand if you're developing certain health conditions. So in the near future, you should expect that a technology company like us can predict the likelihood you will develop a stroke, the likelihood that you have or you're developing sleep apnea, potentially diabetes and Parkinson, what we call arterial stiffness, and also cancer, for sure skin cancer is something we can detect.
Well, amazing. Now, I've had many friends use the device tell me that it's also avoided marital problems. So can you do that too? How does that work? When you have, is it two sides of the mattress? And so tell us some of the stories about the relationships you saved at 8 Sleep.
Yeah, so 80% of couples, they find around temperature. And this is pretty normal because temperature or the temperature need is different based on gender, age, even what you ate, if you train, different days of the month. And so each side of the bed is completely independent. And so the number one most loved feature is exactly this split because different people, different partners can have different preferences.
Right.
That is one very common use case. On the health side, literally a month ago, I received an email from a customer who wrote me, I just wanted to say thank you because you saved my life. And so his metrics were upside down, his biometrics. He went straight to ER. They found the disease. They understood he needed an immediate surgery, and that surgery saved his life.
Wow.
And so on one side, we're improving the life of hundreds of thousands of people. On the other side, at 8 Sleep, we start measuring and counting how many lives we are saving.
Okay, so my shameless pitch as an investor and board member here is, an 8 Sleep is much cheaper than a divorce and much better for you than a heart attack. So I suggest everyone buy one, okay? We are going to be launching in the Kingdom. We're already in the UAE now.
Yep.
And what is the plan to launch in the Middle East and in the Kingdom, please?
Yeah, so we just launched 2 months ago in November in UAE. We will start selling in Saudi in a couple of months. And then overall, we sell US, Canada, UK, Europe, Australia. We are opening also Singapore, Switzerland, and we just opened Monaco.
Okay. So should we do a demo in next FII in Riyadh sometime and have people come into the beds?
We absolutely should.
Would that be fun?
Yeah.
Okay.
There is also a lot of interest from hotels because now that we start having a critical mass of customers, the biggest aha moment is the first time they travel. Because our product becomes so natural with the thermoregulation that you just get used to it. Then you travel, and the first time you are in an hotel, you miss it. And you miss it so much that people start asking hotels for our product.
Right. Yeah, for me, it feels almost like sleeping in a bed without an 8 Sleep is like being on a hard board while sitting, as opposed to using a chair. Right? It's just very, very uncomfortable relative to having your temperature regulated. Tell us about the rest of the product suite. You know, Peter Tia, my doctor and your friend, is one of your medical directors. You're developing a line of supplements with him to help sleep. Tell us about where that product is going to.
Yeah. So one of the key things of what we do is, obviously, we are reaching a scale where we start having enough data where we can really leverage data to improve the life of millions of people. It's similar to what Tesla can do today with FSD, right? They have so many cars in the field that they can learn and continuously improve the system. And so the end goal for us is to really become the everything sleep company. And the difference compared to what already exists is there are some bedding companies, there are some pharma companies, but there is very little design around sleep optimization. And so based on the data we collect, we want to develop products that can improve your sleep. And this is what we have been working on with Peter Attia. And so we are working on what we call 8 Sleep Pharma. And so we started with a line of supplements that can help you fall asleep faster. And soon there will be a new jet lag protocol. And you can travel wherever you want in the world, and you will not have jet lag anymore.
And how does, I mean, people here travel over the world all the time. How does a jet lag protocol work? That sounds very useful. And I'd like an early advanced sample, please, okay?
Yeah.
How does the jet lag medicine work?
Yeah, so we develop a formula that comes in capsules, and whenever you need to sleep, let's say you're traveling to Europe, you land in the morning, you stay up all day, in the night you take 3 capsules, the following night 2, and then 1 capsule. And this will put you asleep. But at the same time, if you just open our app, you can just tell us where you're traveling, and we will give you a protocol in real time of what you should be doing during the day and when you're traveling. So substantially a sort of sleep coach for travel, powered by this formula that we developed with Peter Attia.
And will that include food, exercise, or just the supplements?
Yeah. So let's say you land in Milan in the morning. I'm Italian. So you land in Milan in the morning. We tell you you should exercise. This is when you should eat. This is what time you should go to bed. Take the 3 capsules, and you will wake up the following morning fully refreshed.
Well, okay. So look, you're a visionary. You know, when we first met, I'd read this book, Why We Sleep, by Matthew Walker. And it became very clear to me sleep is important, which is why I made the investment with you. And you are a visionary in this space. What does this look like for you 5, 10 years out? What is the human experience in sleeping? What's that going to look like?
Yeah. So I think the end goal here is to help billions of people to improve their sleep. There is no one. You can look on the right or on the left. There is no one who doesn't want better sleep in the world. So literally, our time is everyone in the world, as long as they can afford our product. Then the vision, it goes back to the two pillars of the memo I wrote in 2017. And so we need to be able to optimize your sleep, so to compress your sleep. What if you could sleep less but get more rest faster? And then on the opposite spectrum of these, or next to it, there is the preventative health. And so can we save your life by telling you in advance what is the likelihood of certain health conditions that you are developing? Like, there are certain types of cancer that if you discover them early, you have 90% chances to live, while instead if you discover them late, you have 90% chances to die. And this happened to the father of my wife. And so when that happened, it really triggered something in my brain, and I say, look, there is this AI wave. Elon Musk is taking me to Mars, but we are still unable to know what is happening in our body. That must be fixed, and that is something we will fix.
Right. Well, you did send Elon and Doge 8 sleep mattresses for the offices. We really appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and you help us with that, and so the Doge team hopefully now sleeps on an 8 sleep.
They're increasing productivity for sure in the offices. They have big 8 sleep mattresses laid out. Yeah. Well, great, Matteo. So sort of as a last question here, if we're back here, and we're at FII and Riyadh are here in 2 or 3 years, what do you want the world to look like for you in the company? What's that short-term vision for you?
Yeah. We want to have millions of people on our product. Probably the vision of Hyperpod will be really real, particularly with AI and robotics progressing at this speed. And hopefully by then, 8 Sleep will be a public, global, iconic company.
Right. So robots are here today. They're in the 8 Sleep mattress. It's a robot to take care of us.
Yeah. It's funny to call it a robot because sometimes when you think of robots, you think of humanoids. But at the end of the day, robots will have different shapes. And one of the most common and used shapes is literally your bed. We just need to transform it in a smart AI-powered robot.
Right. It's a haptic suit that you're laying on instead of wearing, right? Do you think someday there might be an actual suit, like a haptic suit? Would you think about that or no?
As a suit?
Yeah, as a suit to travel with?
Yeah, there will be definitely a version. We are exploring that because, again, the biggest aha moment is every time people travel, they just miss their sleep enhancement. And a lot of our customers, they have wearables, which we don't see as competitors. Actually, we really embrace wearables, but the wearables, they just tell you what you should be doing, while instead we actually do the job for you. And behind the scene, while you're unconscious, we improve your sleep. Right. And so we just need to find a way to be everywhere so we can power your sleep wherever you are.
Right. So I can have it at home. I can take the suit when I travel. I have it on me all the time. It'd be great. Great. So just finally, how do people buy it? If they want to buy the product either here in the US or in the UAE or soon in the kingdom, how do they go about doing that? What's the best way to do that?
8sleep.com. Right now we sell online only. 8 like the number 8, and the reason is we want to compress the 8 hours of sleep down to 6. And so 8sleep.com, and you will find our hero products and the new products we develop with Peter Attia.
Great. Thank you, Matteo.
Thank you so much, Antonio.
The future of mobility is sustainable, autonomous, and limitless. And it's accelerating right before our very eyes. The roadmap is being redrawn by the rise of electric vehicles and unstoppable momentum of sustainable transportation. As cities and industries scale up EV infrastructure, how can businesses and governments steer through the complexities of this shift? The sky is no longer the limit in our quest to build a brighter, more connected world. As space technology advances at lightning speed, it's reshaping industries and redefining what's possible for sustainability here on Earth. How can we harness the rapid expansion of the space sector to strengthen global resilience and resource efficiency? The latest vehicle technology could permanently remove us from the driver's seat. Autonomous vehicles are reshaping the fabric of cities, revolutionizing supply chains, and reinventing logistics while prompting powerful public-private partnerships. How will cities, businesses, and society embrace this sweeping revolution in transportation? The future of mobility is here, and we can't wait to see where it takes us.
All right, everybody. This is actually the session that I'll be moderating on mobility. One of the best ones, but then again, I'm biased. This is about the exciting transformation that is happening in the global mobility sector. And I have a phenomenal panel of young leaders that are leading the transformation. Please welcome my panelists, Mate Rimat, founder and CEO of Rimat Group, CEO of Bugatti Rimat and Rimat Technology, Marko Pejkovic, CEO and co-founder of Burn, and Hassan Jamil, vice chairman of Abdul Latif Jamil. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me. So this is a sector that is undergoing so much transformation. We see that EV sales are projected to reach 40% by the year 2030, which is insane, being in the US right now, thinking about that, and what's going to come. And the three of you are leading that transformation and preparing us for it. Hassan, I want to start with you. Your family business is deep in the automotive space. You are one of the largest independent Toyota distributors in the world. What was exciting for you about taking on the mantle and bringing the family business to the 21st century when it comes to automotive?
Well, thank you very much, Mariana. To begin with, it's a real pleasure and an honor to be here at FII Miami. It's my first time in Miami FII, so it's so wonderful to see all the energy. A little bit about our company, Abdul Latif Jamil. We're an international diversified network of businesses that operate in several sectors and industries, one of which is mobility. And I think mobility is a very interesting one that is kind of the way, because we've been in it the longest. And what's interesting is we look at mobility as a long-term opportunity. So we look at the transition, not just what's happening today, but really what's happening over the next 10 and 20 years ahead. And what we're seeing today in the mobility sector, there's really a lot of disruptions unfolding. There's, of course, the autonomous kind of world unfolding. There's cars and mobility are becoming more connected and more digital. Sustainability is a big part of it, big part of it as well. So all of these, we're seeing all these converge together and really creating this disruption. As for our company, ALJ, as you mentioned, we've been working with Toyota for the last 70 years. This year it's our 70-year anniversary. And we've been very fortunate to be a partner with them. But we also invest in new opportunities. So, for examples of that, we've invested in a company called Rivian, which is an electric SUV and pickup lifestyle electric vehicles. And we invested with them 12, 13 years ago when there was just 10 engineers, 10 guys working. We invested in India, an electric two-wheeler and three-wheeler tuk-tuks, electric tuk-tuks. And that's an investment we did because we're very interested in the global south and how we can electrify and look at opportunities of electrifying countries in the global south.
And I love that because you're respecting the local culture also and developing something that is authentic to the place.
Of course. It's a very, very interesting market there as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunities. Another wonderful company we're invested in and we work closely with is Joby, which is a vertical takeoff and landing. They don't like me when I say helicopter, so it's not a helicopter, but it's basically a vehicle that is electric that is looking at intercity transportation. Because today we're looking at roads, we're looking at traffic, but actually we're not looking at air mobility. So Joby, or Joe Ben, the CEO and the founder of Joby, is really taking that and pioneering that initiative. And of course, there's Vern, which is a phenomenal company and the phenomenal founders that I've met recently. I've met a while ago, but recently we invested with them that looks at autonomous mobility solutions. And I of course they're going to speak more to
about that, yes.
About that. But I think what's interesting, there are many factors that are happening, that are unfolding today. But if we look at traffic or accident rates, for instance, 95% of accidents today are by human error. 95% of accidents are by human error. If we can eliminate or even drastically reduce that from the equation, we can really start seeing a huge disruption, and we believe that's really possible.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And if you think about many of the issues that we've talked about in this space, when you talk about the future of our cities, when you talk about the global south, the majority of the population lives in urban centers that are truly not equipped transportation-wise to have that massive amount of people there. So what you three are doing is really equipping our cities and our communities for a better future to come. Mate, I'm going to go to you now. Tell us about Rimac Group, and how do you see startups, how do you see legacy automakers really collaborating to shape the future of the industry?
Yeah, maybe, Mariana, first to address what you said about the increase in market share of electric cars. I'm 37, I don't look that old, but I feel like a really old man doing this for the last 16 years. I'm doing electric cars for 16 years now. And I went through all the cycles, when I built my first electric car, all my car guys' friends were like, are you nuts? What are you doing? To people laughing at me what I was doing with the washing machine at racetracks in 2008, 2009 when I started racing an electric car, to nobody wanting to touch electric cars, nobody wanting to invest in it, to then, all of a sudden, it was all the rage, like billions and billions being poured into electric cars, both by investors and the big car companies, everyone going all in. I don't know what happened, COVID, Greta, I don't know. All of a sudden, it was like the other way around. And then today, it's like nobody wants electric cars anymore. They stink again. I don't know. So it's a constant cycle of boom and bust over the last 16 years. And I think, in the end, it will happen. When somebody asks me, when will all cars be electric? I'm saying never. Because if you look at the parking lot, I think the parking lot now is like, if you look at any parking lot here outside, like 90% still combustion.
Yes.
And when will that parking lot be electric? The answer is never, because I think it will go to 30, 40% electric, and then the parking lot will disappear, because you will not have cars sitting around. That's really, one thing is how you power electric cars, or how you power cars, combustion engine or electric and so on. And for me, that's like already old news. Like, it will be electric, the majority of cars. It makes more sense because they are more efficient, much more energy efficient. But the inefficiency of cars lies somewhere else, which is what people are ignoring. The inefficiency is because you use it 3% of the time. So your second most valuable asset, so your first most valuable asset is your house or your flat, whatever. The second most valuable asset is the car. And the car you only use 3% of the time. The rest of the time, it's sitting in a parking lot. You're not using 2 tons of aluminum, plastic, copper, steel that you paid a lot of money for. And you have to worry about parking, servicing, cleaning, and so on. And, I'm a huge car guy. I'm a car guy since ever. I have 15 cars in my collection, and it will be a lot bigger one time. But majority of the times, you don't want to drive. You would like to do something else, and so on. So we are focusing on 2 ends of the spectrum.
At Rimac Group.
Sorry?
At Rimac Group.
Yes, at Rimac Group. So one company, Bugatti Rimac, makes the fastest, most exciting cars in the world, Bugatti and Rimac cars. So Bugattis are on average 5 million euros, and even if you have that, we can't sell you a car because we are sold out. We are sold out until 2030, so these are cars.
You're going to get a lot of people coming up to you asking you for Bugattis.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Anyone has a Bugatti here? Let's see in the room. Anyone?
Nobody's going to raise the other hand. It's like, no.
Come on, guys.
Sold out.
Just electric, just electric.
We make those kind of cars on one end of the spectrum. On the other end of the spectrum with Vern, what Marco and I have founded 5 years ago, we want to cater to those occasions when you don't want to drive.
Okay.
And we want to make that the safest, best experience you can have.
And I want Marco to tell us about that, because that's sort of a big development at Vern. And you've often said, piggybacking off what you said, Mate, which is, we're all talking about EVs. EVs are in the news, but you're like, nah, EVs, that's old news. So What's the new trend?
I wouldn't say it's a new trend. It's just like maybe just stepping back a little bit. Where are we coming from? We're coming from Croatia, so it's a country with not a lot of or almost no VC funds, very little industry, almost no automotive industry. So we had to build everything from scratch. And that's also our approach when we're talking about robotaxis or autonomous mobility. So when you think about robotaxis, you think about Waymo, you think about Tesla, you think about these companies that are investing like billions and billions of dollars into this, but we had to approach it in a different way. So we started first not with the technology, we started with the customer. So we were looking at what can we do to really change the customer experience all around. So we're developing our own app, we're developing our own fleet management system, we're designing and engineering our own car that is just for the robotaxi purpose. It's a two-seater. And then we're also building what we call the motherships, which is basically the place where these cars go for inspection, charging, cleaning, and so on. But stepping back, like we can't do this with billions of dollars. We don't have that. So we built the whole company. We built what Mate was talking about with a fraction of what you can see in Silicon Valley or here in the US. So our whole DNA is about efficiency. How do we do this efficiently? That means you have to partner up with the right companies. And we partnered up with Mobileye for the self-driving stack. We're integrating that. And then also on the other side, which is a little bit different in Europe, which is going to be our first market to roll out.
Okay.
It's not the same like in the US. So some of the things that I hear some of the CEOs and leaders, like Elon, saying here in the US, they don't really apply to Europe. Like, let me give you an example. Like, if you came to any of the cities in Europe, to their traffic authorities, and I've been talking to many cities, and you said, like, we're going to have a super cheap robotaxi, it's going to be cheaper than public transport, they'll probably throw you out, from the room. Because none of them want to see taking people from, subways, from public transportation into a car on the street, even if it's autonomous, even if it's shared. So what you have to do is you have to really talk to the cities, understand their issues, understand their problems, and you have two customers. You have the customer in the car, and you have the city as the customer.
Yes.
So it's like, to sum it up, it's about how do you do it efficiently with the right partnerships, how do you focus on the real customer experience and what you can do differently there, and then how do you actually partner up with the cities where you want to roll out. This is, in our view, going to be critical for actually rolling out a service that brings benefits to the customers, but also to the communities where you operate. So, yeah.
And when you talk about your two-seater that you're developing, clearly you are targeting a very niche,
It's actually not a niche market.
It's not a niche market.
Yeah, 90%, and I think we'll have some of the guys from some of the ride-hailing companies, 90% of all of the trips are 1 or 2 people.
Because nobody wants to ride with a group
You
of
want
people
your
in the
privacy,
car.
you want your comfort, and so you can say, like, we're going to build a 6-seater, an 8-seater, and then, how do you actually force people that want their privacy and their comfort and their flexibility to use something that they can use now? It's a minibus. It's just an autonomous minibus. So what we want to provide is a better customer experience so that people actually want to trade their own personal car that they have to drive to the parking lot, live there for most of the time, for a service that is better in every way. And that way, you don't talk about the technology. Forget about the technology. Forget about autonomous. Forget about everything else. It's about a better customer experience.
Hyper-personalization, which is what we're seeing in most industries.
Among other things, yes, personalization.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hassan, I want to go back to you. When you talk about, your company, Abdul Latif Jamil, how do you say it's supporting some of these wider, significant shifts in the sector?
So I know we're short on time, but we like to imagine like a future where traffic jams are a thing of the past. A future where you're thinking, mobility, transportation is more affordable, is cleaner, is safer. It's not noisy anymore. Cities like New York, you open your window and this traffic. That's what the future of mobility truly is, and that's the the value chain that we invest in, or we're looking to invest in, that ecosystem that we're investing in to really support that system.
I want to end with a fun lighting round since we are running out of time. Mate, I'm going to start with you. You talked a big game about Bugattis. What was the first car you ever owned?
1984 BMW 3 Series that I converted to electric, and that's the beginning of the company.
Of course he did. Marco, what about you, your first car?
It's a cheap Skoda Fabia. Yeah, we didn't have a lot of money, so we got like the cheapest car we can get, and that was good because I had a few crashes with it, so it's good.
Toyota Land Cruiser.
I also had a Toyota, yes. Mate, to you, what do you think is the single most exciting innovation that will transform the mobility sector?
SpaceX, the big rockets they are doing. As far as I understand, Elon wants also to do like point-to-point transport on Earth. So like from, I don't know, New York to Sydney in 1 hour. I think that's a pretty big revolution if that happens.
That's a great tee-up for my next panel. Marco, what about you? Single most exciting innovation right now in this sector?
I mean, I think what we're doing is super exciting. We're setting the standards. We're not going to be the biggest in volume. That's not our plan. But we want to set the standards. So once you try our service, our robotaxi, you can never go back.
What about you, Hassan?
I think how, you know, all these, there's so many technologies, whether robotaxis, whether rockets, but I think how AI is being integrated in these systems is very exciting, I think.
The future of the mobility sector, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to ask you to exit behind me. So Mate talked about it. The influence of space and going from mobility on Earth to the next frontier. That is what we're going to talk about next. Can the space economy redefine our future? Please welcome our next panelists. The first one, Gwen Shotwell, President and COO of SpaceX. Big applause as she comes to the stage. Dr. Cam Ghaffarian, founder and executive chairman of Intuitive Machines, Axiom Space, Quantum Space, and X Energy. His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed S. Al-Tamimi, CEO of the Saudi Space Agency, and this panel is moderated by Diane Brady of Fortune.
Hello, everybody. Is there anything more exciting than space? And we have a terrific panel for you. I know we ended on a lightning round. Let's start with one. I'm going to start with really, let's just set the mood. What are you most excited about in terms of where we are right now with space exploration? I'm going to start with you, Your Excellency.
So thank you for having me here. And as of we understand from the theme of this venue, it's invest with purpose. And in my view, I think space is the greatest and most meaningful investment opportunity. And to understand how big an opportunity space is, let me share with you some number about space economy. Currently, the space economy size around $600 billion. It's expected to grow until $1.8 trillion by 2035. That's only in less than 10 years. There is more than 77 space agencies working right now, active in space, 16 countries with space launching capability. And during the sessions today and yesterday, lots of people talk about climate and environment and importance of that one. I think, in my mind, the most important data that we can get and manage, control, enhance our ability about climate change and environment is the data coming from the space. And I'm really excited about the great future and the opportunity and innovation coming from space over the coming 6 years.
Great. Dr. Ghaffarian, Cam.
Thank you. You can call me Cam.
Cam,
perfect.
what you've done, you were the first private company to land on the moon. What's most exciting to you right now?
I tell you, first let me just say that it's such an honor to be with these two amazing people. These are two of my favorite people in the world.
Well, then we're going to have fun.
We're going to have great fun. I'm super excited for us going back to the moon next week. We were the first private company in the history of humankind last year with the help of SpaceX landing on the surface of the moon. And for all of you, our next mission is next week, and we're going to do some really incredible, exciting things, including carrying a drone, installing a 4G network with the help of Nokia, a hopper, and many other exciting things. But in terms of your question, I think we're in a golden era of space exploration, especially with the commercial space company now getting engaged. And then when you sort of add AI, quantum computing, and robotics, all of that to it is all accelerators. I tell you, for someone, since a person who's at 6 years old was excited about space, I couldn't be more excited about the era that we're in right now.
Right.
We truly are in a golden age of experience.
I'm excited by 4G on the moon. That's interesting.
Exactly.
Gwen, how about for you?
I agree with Cam that I do believe we are on the precipice of incredible and quick development, economies development, and travel in space. We can see it now with the recent focus on the moon and the potential or likely shift to Mars. We are ready to take humans from planet Earth to other heavenly bodies, and I think it's incredibly exciting.
Let me ask about concerns, So let's, before we get into some of the specifics of what you're doing, what are you concerned about at this juncture?
Well, I think one of the things that we have to work as a global community when it comes to space and developing space economy is collaborations between different nations and G2G and G2B and also B2B collaboration. I think the Web World Economic Forum already realizing the importance of creating global platform for private companies and also for public companies to have discussions about the space economy and how to enhance it. They chose Saudi Arabia, Saudi Space Agency, to hosting the first of its kind center called Center for the Space Future, where we have this global platform. Come with us in the board to make sure that we are having everybody's involved in this discussion. And the private sector not only creating the solutions for the space, but also creating solutions for the challenges that we have right now. One of the challenges that we're already tackling right now is space debris. Globally, we send around 12,000 satellites over the last 60 years. Over the coming 6 years, we are expecting to send, as a globe, 36,000 satellites. That's 6x times of number of satellites coming to the sky compared to the last 60 years. That needs more collaborations. That needs more coordination globally to make sure that we have less space debris and more coordinated, and to protect the investment. When I sit with the private investor doing these amazing things in the space, one of the first questions they are asked when they are raising funds, raising money, they are saying, we need to send this infrastructure in the space, but how we can protect our investment? And tackling space debris is one of the top priorities right now.
Interesting. Cam, what's top of mind for you?
Yeah, let me just talk about this in terms of maybe the United States. I think we're at a pivotal moment. I believe that we are in space race 2.0, especially with many countries, but especially China. And I don't believe that we have enough sense of urgency. And I don't believe that we have awakened to the fact that we need to get our act together. And I mean the government, private industry, commercial world. And I think it's really important if the United States wants to keep its leadership in space, which has been for many years, then I think we need to get our act together and have more sense of urgency and accelerate things. If not, we will get to the point of no return.
Okay. Go ahead and have
So
a few.
two things, and I want to key off His Excellency's point. There are more objects in space now than there ever have been, and that growth will be exponential. And so I think it's absolutely critical that nations and companies communicate about where their objects are and where they will be so that you can prevent accidents in space, which really honks up the environment for everybody. So that's the first. And the second is, because this is the golden era of space, there's so much money being poured into this part of the economy, there will be winners, right? There will be winners, but there will be losers as well. And so investors just need to be careful, but cognizant of the fact that there is still risk dollars, but it's all for the good.
And if you want to talk about the hallmarks of who's a loser, you'll talk about that off stage, right? Be sure to grab
Oh yeah, I'm not
on the
going
way
to talk
out.
about losers.
I think let's drill down a little more in terms of what you're doing specifically. And of course, with the Saudi Space Agency, Your Excellency, talk a little more. Obviously, it's been aligned to Vision 2030, but where are you today? And give us some sense of sort of what you're doing right now and what's on the immediate horizon for you.
So you said it right. Our space program is aligned with the vision of the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman 2030. And we have multiple initiatives. One of them is in 2023, we have this historical moment by sending 2 astronauts One of them, Rayana Barnawi, she's the first female Arab Saudi to be sent to the ISS. We're really proud of that moment. We are one of the few nations first to subscribe to Artemis Accord, led by NASA, to go back to the moon and beyond, hopefully to Mars. We're also working with NGOs like WIF, establishing this center, as I said, to make sure that we're creating this discussion around global things and regulation and policy, and allowing more entrepreneurs to access the space industry. One of the things that we are seeing right now is more shifting from government-centric to private-centric space sector, and this is obvious. Right now, we have more than 10,000 companies focusing on space. They're worth of more than 4 trillion right now. 50% of this company in the United States. That's not a surprise. But I think within the coming 6 years, we'll see more and more companies and funds going to the space economy and the frontier of deep space.
How about Cam? You're a serial entrepreneur, both with your philanthropy and the companies you've done. What is your specific focus? You mentioned obviously what's happening next week. In terms of just the general agenda, what are you looking at?
Well, since childhood, I always believed that the ultimate destiny for humanity is to be interstellar and to go to other stars. So if we start that as an ending point, then the things that we need to be doing is start with low Earth orbit. That's where Axiom Space lives, right? And I believe that long term, we need to have a space city outside of our planet, 250 miles above, where people live, work, and we can do incredible things like creating a new low Earth orbit economy where we can do manufacturing of things that we cannot do on Earth, like printing corneas and retinas in space, or fiber optics, or orbital data centers, semiconductors, pharmaceutical, things like that. And we're building the first private commercial space station to make that happen by end of 2026 or first quarter 2027. And I'm so proud that we were able to take 2 incredible people from Saudi Arabia in 2022 to International Space Station, and first female from the Arab world. We're incredible, proud, Rayana. And in all of my companies, we have this incredible collaborations with SpaceX. It's been an incredible partnership in each of our missions to International Space Station. So go beyond LEO. I think the next thing is the moon and Mars, and that's where Intuitive Machines is. We build the moon landers, and we have many of them that we're building. We're also involved in building the communication for cislunar economy. We want this contract to be able to do that. But building this infrastructure, where the next thing is maybe having a habitat as a way to Mars. And I totally agree with Elon that we need to be interplanetary species. But I'll go further that we need to be interstellar, right? And building the superhighways, which is quantum space, that is doing that. And as you know, I have this nonprofit which Gwen is involved with to inspire the next generation called Limitless Space Institute, to inspire to say, you know, we get in engineering and science and math and get our humanity, transcend Earth and get our humanity off the ground to be able to become interstellar. I think that's
exciting. Gwen, I do remember speaking to Elon many years ago about the desire, of course, the genesis of SpaceX, of wanting to, you know, have human habitation on Mars. So much has happened since then. Let's start with where you are right now. I mean, SpaceX is in the news quite a bit, and of course, there are various milestones along the way. What are you focused on?
So running the company used to be much easier 10 or 15 years ago. There was Falcon and adventing the Dragon. But now normal operations for Falcon and Dragon, regular operations for the Falcon and Dragon programs, flying Intuitive Machines next Wednesday to the moon on lunar surface. I'm very excited about that. So there's that day-to-day. We are launching and operating the world's largest telecom constellation, Starlink. We're doing direct-to-cell, satellite direct-to-your-cell devices. And then there's Starship, which is such an incredibly exciting program. In fact, the panel just before us talked about point-to-point transportation, leveraging the Starship program that we're working on right now.
They ended on that note. What a nice introduction.
Yeah, it was really great.
Yeah.
Was that a plant or was
No,
that was
nothing's planned
legit?
here. We're impromptu.
Yeah. So the normal operations of Falcon Dragon and a telecom constellation, with the incredibly exciting opportunity to fly the world's largest spaceship, and which will eventually take people to Mars.
We're talking about private, obviously there's the public. I want to stay with you for a second. Gwen, obviously your boss now has a critical role in the US government, and you do a lot of business with the US government. What are you hoping for in terms of the efficiency front?
It's actually, the term is efficiency. We have kind of a manic sense of time pressure to get humans off the planet and onto Mars. And we want to make sure that government regulations fall in line with that. Fair regulations, good, smart regulations, no dumb rules, like get rid of the dumb rules, and let's speed up the pace of innovation by allowing regulation to match its speed.
Does DOGE impact your day job?
I'm busy with SpaceX, super busy, running, helping Elon run the company while he is doing his good work in DC. I'm quite excited about the outcomes. There will be pain between now and then, but I think we will all appreciate the work that gets done.
Your Excellency, how do you feel geopolitics is impacting the space economy right now?
For me, I think it's obvious. Everybody's talking about this one. The name of the game is collaboration, global collaboration. And we see that one with Artemis. We see all this initiative. It's hard to believe that one single mission to the moon for the last year, we don't see a collaboration, but a multinational, not only multiple companies doing that one. So I think collaborations is the name of the game. Sharing data, as my friend Gwen says, it's not only collaboration in developing the data, even downstream data coming from the sky. There is lots of potential to utilizing this data. And let me share with you one of the information. Right now, we have lots of terabytes of data coming daily from the sky, and we are not utilizing them well. In Davos this year, I participated in a decision. There is like 20+ leaders from across the globe, including Earth Observation private company. And the moderator asked a very unique question. She said, what do you think, how much amount of data we are utilizing right now as a globe? And the highest percentage we got in the room is 10%. Imagine that. 90% minimum is not utilized data. And the reason for that, strict regulation to access this data, and entrepreneur not being allowed to utilize this data to add layers of innovation in that one. Again, that's come back to collaboration between nations.
Well, and also the deal that you've done with NASA, I'm sure that's been instrumental as well in taking the space agency to a new level, is it?
Exactly. So we already signed the MOU and the agreement between Saudi Space Agency and NASA. As I said, we are part of Artemis Accord. Looking forward for a great announcement in the future.
I know we don't have a lot of time on stage. Cam, I'm going to ask you, you mentioned China earlier. I do want to give you a chance to talk. Is geopolitics impacting much of what you do?
Definitely. I agree with collaboration. We've now have taken, all together with our next mission to International Space Station, again with the incredible collaboration with SpaceX, 10 countries, right? Saudi Arabia being one, United Arab Emirates, Sweden, Turkey for the first time. Our next mission includes India, which is incredible, Poland, and Hungary, right? So this is a global effort for sure. And I think collaboration is really important. And again, I want to emphasize on US leadership here. I think, again, we're at a very pivotal point, and I think we need to get all the stuff together to make sure that we keep the leadership. Winston Churchill said something incredible, that Americans will do the right thing after everything else fails. We can't wait.
We got to get up.
Yeah, we show up at the end when we
yes.
But I think we're in a very pivotal point, and we need to maintain our leadership in a global stage, and I think there needs to be a sense of urgency.
Great. Well, I know that I'm looking at the time here. I want to give each of you some time to give some final thoughts, including your personal aspirations, but also what you want the audience to take away. I know you want to go to the moon at some point, Gwyn, but what do you want people to be thinking about right now, both in terms of SpaceX and what's on your radar you would put on ours?
So there's so many kind of crazy things going on in the world right now, but space has always been a source of inspiration. Looking to the stars has always been magical. Even for me, I was not initially a space person as a kid. I was a car person, so I should be working at Tesla, right? But I grew to be a space person, and one of the things that drove me there was looking at the stars. And I just think we should all embrace the fact that there's this beautiful heaven above, and we should go there.
Yeah.
We should go there.
I agree.
I want to sort of emphasize what she said, but let me just reinforce this, just for a quick moment. If we leave our solar system and we're in our galaxy, it's 1,000 light years from one point of our galaxy to the other. It takes 100,000 light years, the speed of light, to go from one point to another. And we have 400 billion other stars in addition to our sun, our star, in just our galaxy alone. And if we leave our galaxy and we are in the universe, there are 2 trillion other galaxies and some larger than ours. So again, inspiring our next generation, which we're doing at Limitless Space Institute. Our target audience are 8-year-olds.
8-year-olds. Any 8-year-olds in the audience? No. Okay.
But I think in
we have the heart of an 8-year-old.
In order to develop a warp engine and come up with new physics, new engineering, new mathematics, we need to inspire the next generation to do that. And we're doing that at LSI, and it's global. We have programs in Nigeria and Brazil and other countries, including Saudi Arabia. And I think that's hugely important.
Dream.
Absolutely.
Your Excellency, I'm going to give the last words to you, both on a personal level, but also what you want people to be thinking about with regard to the Saudi Space Agency for this audience and beyond.
So for me, I think we used to think about space as destination. For me, I think we should look to it as a marketplace. It's a lab. It's a frontier of innovations. With more collaborations, we could create the front end of all the aspiration things and disruption in energy and even in medicine. People think that the future of space, like light years from now, it's happening right now. So the right question should be, will you be part of this journey and investment in the space economy?
I love that. Gwyn, Cam, Your Excellency, thank you very much. Please join me in thanking our guests. Enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panel. I love that we have a packed room because our next conversation features none other than Dara Khosrowshahi. He is the CEO of Uber Technologies, moderated by Manas Krani, anchor for Bloomberg. Thanks.
The rock star of tech. Everybody in here has an Uber rating, and they all want to say something to you. Dara, it's great to have you with me one-to-one. It's a real privilege. The President was here on Wednesday night. Deep bench, and the bench of tech is really well represented. Tech is at the heart of this White House, surrounding this administration. How disruptive a 4 years for tech are we going to have?
Well, I think it remains to be seen. I mean, technology has been disrupting the global economies for years and years, right? Tech as a percentage of GDP has doubled over the past 20 years. And I think what's different about this administration is the active embracement of technology. You look at the US leadership across the globe, much of that leadership comes from technology, and technology's effect on different parts of our society. Started with information gathering with Google, and then communication with Facebook and entertainment, the Netflix and Spotify, and then it went to the physical world, organized in the physical world, Uber, Airbnb, et cetera. What you're seeing now is this next wave of disruption powered by AI along the same patterning, right, which is information gathering right now with ChatGPT, et cetera. And what is, I think, terrific about this administration is rather than taking a defensive stance, they're taking an active participatory role with technology companies looking to accelerate going forward. And we think it's a wonderful opportunity for society, and we're very much looking forward to working with this administration.
Well, what participation have you had specifically with the president on AV? Is that what you use your 5 minutes for? AV, AV, AV. What are you going to push home?
Well, the president is very busy on many, many global issues right now, but in my communication with him, I will tell you that our drivers and couriers are thrilled about no taxes on tips. And I think the other area that we're really focused on, Uber is a company that operates in the real world and everyday life. I think one area that we can absolutely help on as it relates is the affordability of these services, inflation for the common customer. One of the top reasons why you see, let's say, Uber fares go up is actually the insurance costs that goes to a bunch of lawyers, et cetera. So we do look forward to working with them on AV and then driving affordability through insurance reform as well.
Two things. Do you think that you'll get a carve out for tax on tips for Uber drivers?
Well, I think what the president has said is he believes in no taxes on tips generally, and we think it's a terrific idea, and we will be very, very supportive of that initiative.
Let's just square away the inflation question at the moment. Your model is very different to many other businesses. Where does inflation play in as a risk? Is that one of the biggest risks that you have on the slate at the moment for 2025?
Well, our goal culturally, generally, is to continue to expand our services and affordability of our services to all over the countries in which we operate, not just the center of cities, not just the wealthy. And we want as many dollars that the consumer is paying to go to the drivers. And part of the issue now is with the inflation you see in insurance, home insurance prices, commercial insurance, car insurance, et cetera, a lot of these dollars are being lost to tort lawyers, et cetera. And we think that with some reform of the system, you can get some relief there and a higher percentage of the dollars going to the driver base.
Is that something you'd actively look at? I got in the Uber this morning. I said, I'm going to speak to the guy that runs your company. What's the one thing that you want to say to him? He said, I'd like a bigger percentage payout.
Of course, why not?
He's at 52%. Where can you squeeze that to? Where do you realistically think that you can squeeze that to?
Well, if you remove insurance, which a lot of it is going to lawyers, et cetera, our global take rate is about 20%. And 80% is going both insurance and drivers. And the goal is to get as much of that 80% to our drivers, couriers, restaurant partners.
Talk to me about my adoption and how quickly I will adopt to an AV car. 15 years ago, I came out of black cabs in London and I never looked back, right? It was an evangelist moment. Here we are.
Well, we have black cabs now on Uber, so maybe you'll begin back into some black cabs.
Okay. Adoption for AV. How difficult is it? How frightened are we? What's the holdback? What's the rate?
So the technology is rapidly moving in the right direction. You see Waymos in San Francisco.
Yep.
In LA, these are cars that are safer than humans, which is terrific. And then you're also seeing incredible advancements in China, the WeRides of the world, Pony, et cetera. So technically, over the past 2 years, we have seen things move forward at a very, very accelerated pace. The newer technology, large language models or larger models coming in, is creating a real opportunity for a second generation of companies to develop this technology at very, very high speed. Now, we build technology for the real world. And just like you see now, the significant investments in time that it takes, for example, data center infrastructure, we have to build the infrastructure behind AV in order to get mass adoption and scale adoption. And it's going to take a couple things. One is we need these AVs to be superhuman in terms of safety. There are more than 1 million fatalities, motor vehicle fatalities in the world. this is an opportunity for us to raise the bar and have these drivers who are superhuman. You see it with Waymo, and I think you're seeing it more and more as these drivers get trained up with our other partners as well. So that's one. Second is we need to align with regulators around the world, right? The regulations as it relates to AV are not mature. They're at national levels, state levels, city levels as well. And as it relates to the discussion on safety, these are really important dialogue to have with regulators to regulate AVs appropriately. Third, you need the infrastructure. You need depots, cleaning, charging, et cetera. It takes time to establish that infrastructure as well. Fourth, you need the cars. The pace of software change is actually moving faster than the pace of hardware change, and you need scaled vehicles with full redundancy. And then lastly, you need usage of these cars and high utilization of these cars because they're very, very expensive. It will take time, and we're working with industry and regulators to accelerate that, but we have to do that with care to move forward in the right way, so to speak.
So let's break some of that down, because you've got the relationship with Waymo. There was one person said to me on the way in, this is a strategic placeholder, and Dara is fundamentally limited by the scale of Waymo. Now, how would you respond to that? Because you're kind of hanging your hat with Waymo. Is it a placeholder, and is it restrictive?
I don't know what placeholder means, but they are a terrific partner of ours. Right now, we are both heads down, preparing for a launch in Austin and then later in the year in Atlanta. So the teams are working at multiple levels. The relationship is at multiple levels as well. And we look forward to really introducing this technology at scale on the Uber network in these cities, and hopefully much, much more to come. At the same time, we are working with the ecosystem, right? We don't think that this is going to be a winner-take-all marketplace. There's a ton of innovation going on outside of the US, and you should expect to see, you already see Ubers, autonomous Ubers in Abu Dhabi, but you will see a continuous expansion of AVs at small scale, hopefully all around the world.
But do you want to be dominant number one here in the United States of America?
I would never describe our position as dominance, but we want to be a big
regulator
player.
Anyway.
we want to be a big player, and we are very aligned with the development of this ecosystem. It's $1 trillion+ opportunity. It is an opportunity to make our streets fundamentally safer, and we want to be a leader along with partners like Waymo and other partners in moving this technology forward.
Before I ask you whether you're going to do a deal with Elon, you can chew on that for a moment. But the infrastructure, I'm curious just to build on that. That's one of the things that you say needs to be in place. How much of a headwind is the infrastructure build out to scalability of AV?
It is definitely, I wouldn't call it a headwind, but it's a restricting factor. Okay. And the good news for us is that we are already working with fleet partners all around the world as part of our initiative to electrify our fleet. So we are moving to EVs all around the world at about 5 times the speed of the average driver. The Uber driver is the driver that you want to move to EVs because they're driving 5 times the miles. Okay. So the impact on the environment is very big. And we're working with thousands of fleet partners all around the world that are moving our fleets over to EVs or providing just vehicles to drivers who can't afford these vehicles. That group of entities is going to be a big part of our moving over to EVs as well. So these are partnerships we have in place, but they're partnerships that we're going to grow to help us invest in the infrastructure needed.
So then cast forward to the end of the decade, the percentage of people that are going to book an AV trip?
Hey, listen, I think in certain cities around the world, and a lot of it depends on regulations, it'll be 20, 30, 40% of volumes, but it will take time to penetrate city after city, state after state, country after country.
What about New York? I mean, there's a real ruckus at the moment over the charge.
The congestion pricing.
The congestion pricing. How quickly will New York be part of this?
I don't think that technology is going to be a limiting factor, although driving in New York is quite a challenge.
Challenge.
I think it's really going to be more of a regulatory question there.
I mentioned sort of flippantly, you know, a potential deal with Elon Musk and Robotaxi. Robotaxi, we're told, will launch in theory this year. It does make sense that somebody like you and Elon Musk would co-join and unite behind this AV venture.
We certainly think it makes a ton of economic sense in that what we bring is demand to the AV ecosystem when demand often is quite variable. So we're able to have call a base load of AV demand. These cars are driving 20, 22 hours a day, and then we're able to complement that with human drivers as well. We would love to have Tesla's content on the network. There are about 150,000 drivers now who drive Teslas. 2 weeks ago, I got into Tesla Uber, and he was using FSD. The driver was using FSD. I asked him, when do you use it? When do you not use it? He's like, it's great. It kind of takes the edge off. Some of his passengers don't like it. Some do. So for us to turn those Teslas into autonomous Teslas when it's superhuman safe would be terrific.
Have you had a serious conversation with him? Do you interact with him? Is it one of the parts of the conversation?
I've had conversations with them at this point. They want to build it alone. So to some extent, in Austin, we in Waymo will be competing with Tesla when they launch. And, you know, let's see. Life is long, but we would love to partner with them.
You have a new activist investor, Bill Ackman. I was joking with you
Former activist, he tells us.
Well, here you go. You know, he's taken a pretty big chunk in you. Do you think you have a good relationship on Twitter? But on a slightly more serious note, you've got to take somebody quite seriously when they've got a chunk of your company like that. What does he want? What do you think he wants? What have you talked about?
Well, I think he wants to make money, like a lot of people.
Well, hopefully you want to make money too.
Yeah, listen, I think Bill is one of the best investors on Wall Street.
Has he given you any kind of indication or plan about what the future together might look like?
He likes the direction that we're in, that we're going in. He's been very supportive. He's given me some actually feature tips. Bill's a huge user of Uber. So one was he wants to be able to pre-tip drivers, because right now when you're driving, every single time you have to put a tip. So Bill's a huge user. He's a big investor. And I think if we keep executing operationally the way that we are, we hope that over a long period of time we can make him a lot of money and the rest of our shareholders a lot of money.
We're pretty much out of time. I mean, those are great, straight, generic answers, but you are a deal maker extraordinary in your former life at Expedia, etc. Are you hungry to really do some kind of transformational tech deal? Are you not?
Just had lunch. I'm quite full. Thank you.
Would you like dessert?
I would say on a serious note, you know, executives learn as well. Expedia was built on a number of deals. We have obviously had our share of deals at Uber.
Yeah.
But what's extraordinary about Uber is the amount of innovation and our ability to build organically. We built Uber Eats, which is tens of billions of dollars, almost half the business. Thank you.
Okay.
Organically, we're building our grocery and retail business organically. We are building our AV partnerships organically. So I have to go with the strength of the company, and Uber's strength is innovation. It's in the innovation coming from our engineers and our product folks, and that's the horse I'm going to ride, so to speak, to mix metaphors.
Diriyah Khosrowshahi, thank you very much for a conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for our final conversation of the morning, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Richard Atias, Chairman of the Executive Committee of FII Institute, in conversation with the one and only Masayoshi Son, Representative Director, Corporate Officer, Chairman and CEO of SoftBank Group Corporation, everybody.
Thank you, my dear Massa, for being our host for the closing session of this amazing FII in Miami. I don't think Massa needs any introduction, but please, since we have many people also watching, Masayoshi Son is the Representative Director, Corporate Officer, Chairman, and CEO of SoftBank Group, a strategic investment holding company focused on driving the AI transformation information revolution, founded in 1981. And SoftBank and its subsidiary works in multiple areas, of course, AI, robotics, telecoms, internet services, and clean energy, and so far, and so on. But let me start this conversation. I know lunchtime is soon, so we will try to go as fast as we can, but there is a lot to say when we have Massa with us. So, my dear Massa, I know you for almost 40 years now.
Yeah.
From the time I was working for IBM, and you keep surprising me literally every day, all the time.
Oh, no.
So what is your magic to bring and to keep together a diverse coalition of partners on massive projects like the one you just have announced with President Trump, the Stargate? So how were you able to do it?
Well, first of all, I always feel that I have not achieved anything yet. I'm very ashamed of myself that I have wasted my time for so many years achieving so little. But my dream is big. My passion is big. I'm a small guy physically, but my dream is big.
I will come back about that. Harvard Business Review just wrote something about you.
No. So when your dream is big, you are always humble, you always are hungry, you always wake up in the middle of the night and thinking about the solutions. So that's where I am now. Still working with passion to make things happen. And I think timing is really coming now. Now is the time to go big.
Tell us a little bit more about Stargate, and how do you think Stargate project will influence this AI trajectory?
Yeah. First of all, let me give you the big picture. Okay. Stargate will provide more chip, more compute. So how much more compute, how much more intelligence would there be? Stargate will provide at least 10x chip, number of chip per year. So let's say we provide 10x more chip. Each chip will be about 10 times more compute capability per chip. So 10 times 10. And then each model introduced by OpenAI become about 10x more capable. So 10 times 10 times 10. 1,000x in one cycle. A second cycle coming every 12 months to 18 months. So second cycle comes, 1,000x times 1,000x. That's 1,000,000x. The third cycle comes, that's another 1,000x. That's 1,000,000,000x. So now you know, already OpenAI's O3. Model O3 passed the exam for PhD on every subject. Mathematics, physics, medical, law, and everything. So I don't know how many of you can pass PhD on 5 subjects. Even one subject is not easy. Okay? 5 subjects by one person is super difficult. So I think in a way already, what is the definition of AGI? Already it is so smart. But just imagine that intelligence passed the exam of PhD becoming 1,000,000x in 2 cycles, 1,000,000,000x in 3 cycles, and 3 cycles is coming in just several years. So if you think, Gen AI still has, some mistake in understanding, blah, blah. oh, I am smarter than you, you know. Well, that thing, you are looking from downward from yourself into Gen AI. But that little thing is becoming a billion X smarter. How dare can you say, oh, you are much little thing? This is changing our common sense drastically, much more than you think, much quicker than you think. And it's exponential. It's not, most people think linear. The reality coming exponential. And when you discover, wow, most of you, too late.
So, talking about this mega project action plan. So, as you know, AI-driven industries are projected to contribute to 15.7 trillion to the global economy by literally tomorrow, by 2030. So how does Stargate ensure it captures and drives this value while maintaining a competitive edge?
Yeah, well, competition is definitely becoming more and more stronger. So you have to go ahead, you have to be brave, you have to go all in. So some people say after the DeepSeek syndrome, right? Oh, you are overspending. Masa, you are spending $500 billion. You're overspending, you know. You can save so much more by less spending. But I think you are looking at the wrong way. How much percent of GDP will be replaced by a billion X smarter thing? I would say at least 5% within 10 years, and that 5% is $9 trillion, or if it's 10%, it's $18 trillion. So somewhere in between 5 to 10% of today's GDP will be replaced by this super intelligence. Well, if that's the amount of return, you shouldn't be scared of spending a few $1 trillion. If return is $9 to $18 trillion per year, why should you save? Why should you try to be efficient? For what? I don't get it. You know, just a little difference make huge return on your market share. As of today, OpenAI is roughly 80% market share of every Gen AI, you know, produced, and OpenAI has 400 million active users per week now, which is 2x compared to several months ago. 2x. It's growing so fast.
But you were talking about humility. So let's try to be humble. And how does Target plan to stay ahead, I would say, of more adaptive AI initiatives? What will be your strategy to always be ahead?
Two things, okay? So OpenAI, they continue to innovate with the model. Amazing engineers, amazing leadership by Sam, okay? So it's amazing group. The creativity of this innovation is amazing. And then, on top of that, we are trying to provide the compute with a massive investment. So my responsibility is to go all in, right? Invest, provide compute to Sam, to OpenAI, so that their innovative mind can be utilized by this massive power of compute.
You know, President Trump has always this great America's first. So let me ask you a very direct question. This Target project, do you think it will become the backbone of a global AI infrastructure? Or it could create something more closed, an ecosystem which prioritizes US dominance?
Well, center of innovation is definitely happening from US. The center of innovation is coming from Silicon Valley. That's the fact. All the chip, all the intelligence, innovation is happening there. So that's already a center. The NVIDIA has more than 90% market share, 95% market share of all the AI's compute. The OpenAI and all the GAFAs, they're providing most of the intelligence. So that's the fact. And now, with President Trump, compared to the last administration who tried to limit the power of AI, Europe tried to limit the power of AI. I think it's wrong, okay? This is happening no matter what. And China has already shown their passion, their capability. So this is not the time to slow down. This is time to go all in. Otherwise, somebody else will do it. So it's not about America trying to take away the other countries' opportunity. The other countries like Europe or maybe some other country try to limit their own future by themselves. I think that's wrong. Before criticizing, why do you give up your own future by yourself?
Let me, knowing that we will have this great conversation, yesterday I say, oh, what are the last news about Massa? And I discovered an amazing article which I will share with you, because I know you don't read a lot, from the Harvard Business Review. You don't read the media. So let me just tell you the summary of the Harvard Business Review that was published a few days ago about you, because you became now a case study in Harvard. So Masayoshi Son, the billionaire, founder and CEO of SoftBank, Japanese media technology conglomerate, is often cast as a dreamer, financial engineer, and speculator. But this is what they say as a lesson for leaders. Turn adversity to advantage. Find a way to persist. Bridge east and west. Seek mentor and mentees. Go big or go home. Don't let love outweigh logic. Beware mercenaries and focus on the future. Do you agree with this definition about how you were conducting your life?
Yeah. I'm a dreamer. I'm a gambler. And very often I bet wrong horse, like WeWork. But, I learn from mistakes. And I would like to continue my spirits of challenging. So at least if I make a mistake by challenging too much, I don't regret. I would tell, oh, I was not smart enough. But I'm still challenging. If I regret by not challenging, that's when I really get, upset about myself. So at least, I would like to continue this. Someday, I will make a hit.
Talking about dreamer, we know another dreamer who is also a doer, who you know very well. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. How were you able to convince him to invest years ago, I remember, so much with you and creating this great partnership with you?
No, I didn't convince him. He already had the vision. He just needed to find somebody who shared the same vision.
Another dreamer.
Another dreamer, okay? But, you know, he's so smart. He has a big vision. And I just happened to be at the right timing and get to know. And we didn't have to spend our effort to convince, as I said. He already had his own vision. We just met at the right timing.
Masa, my last question.
But I haven't still given him enough return. I still owe him, you know? I still owe him.
Masa, last question. So many people are trying to enter in this AI, I would not say industry, I would say this AI world. What would be the advice to give to a young entrepreneur who would like to potentially shift from the current sector where he or she is working and to enter in the AI? What should be the first things to do and the keys to enter in the AI industry?
Well, I have 5 grandkids now, and my daughters ask, what should I tell to my kids? You know, they're 6 years old, 10 years old. Should I let them use, ChatGPT, right? So I said, no, don't let them use. Let them live with it. Breathe with it. You know, dream with it, so that it becomes part of their life. And so don't try to limit how many times you can use, don't use it for homework, blah, blah. Don't limit any of those. They are native kids with AI. So let them live with it. Use as much as possible, as aggressively as possible, and be part of that. Let them, AI, be part of their own life. That's what I'm telling. And I truly believe that should be the case. It's extension of our imagination. It's extension, billion times extension of our brain. Why not use it? You know, there are still some part of the world, some country, some village with no electricity. The electricity was invented hundreds of years ago. And even today, there is a small village with no access to the electricity. What a difference in life. So if you have access to AI, this is 1 billion times more intelligence, you have to use it.
You have to use it. This is how we will close this fantastic 3rd edition of FII in Miami. Thank you, Masa, for being with us. A round of applause for Masayoshi Son. And ladies and gentlemen, we hope to see you last week of October in Riyadh. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Masayoshi Son.
Thank you. Thank you.
The future is ours to shape if we invest with purpose. Welcome to the 3rd edition of the FII Priority Summit, Miami.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Richard, for the introduction. Today is a tremendous honor to become the first American president to address the Future Investment Initiative Institute. That's the first one. It's always nice.
Mr. President, it's almost time for an early dinner. So if you are throwing a dinner party and you can invite 3 fascinating guests, living or dead, who would you bring?
Well, they're all sitting right in the front row. Yes, sir. Are you ready? Mohammed, are you ready? Steve Witkoff and Johnny, stand up. He gave the United States the World Cup.
Thank you all for being part of the FII, sponsors, our partners, and the subscribers to the FII.
Ladies and gentlemen, today what we're asking you is to invest with purpose, which the future generation looks back on today and says, thank you.
Any investor has to realize we are going into a very different environment than the one that we came in from.
New, reindustrialized, hopefully much better world.
The good news is you probably had 1 billion people taken out of poverty because of the benefits of it. It's cost effective, it stimulated economies.
And if you have innovation and competition constantly, you get to a prosperity for everybody.
I want to be involved in deploying capital in countries where I understand both the legal principles and the regulatory principles that will apply to me.
The money revolution really is around Bitcoin.
I think crypto is technology of the future.
When you look at cybersecurity vendors, make sure you're buying the number one.
AI is going to not be a thing. It's going to be something in everything.
The Kingdom stands tall as your partner of choice for both AI acceleration and adoption. Thank you so much.
Everyone had a smile in her or his face, so it brings joy, happiness, hope.
And I think sports broadly is going to thrive in the age of AI.
We're going to talk about something that I believe is even more competitive, and that's investing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Serena Williams.
I loved investing in how we shape the world, and I wanted to figure out a way to be a part of that.
Lance Armstrong, the founder of Next Venture.
COVID fundamentally changed the way people look at their health.
How many people use ChatGPT today? If you didn't put your hand up, seriously, go try it out. It's a life changer.
Today we're announcing that the Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia is opening an Invest Saudi office here in the city of Miami.
The kingdom building the smartest infrastructure for AI and attracting all of the AI players.
Definitely there will be a catalyst role for PIF to play in and to fill that gap by being a long-term investor.
Saudi marketplace, I think it's going to become one of the most investable real estate marketplaces in the world.
It's now time for the whole world to come to Saudi.
My decision to join FII Institute was really very simple. It was straightforward. The organization clearly doesn't merely discuss change. It actively drives it.
The role of PIF is mainly the I. And this I, or the investment, will stimulate the whole economy.
How do you manage going to baseball games and scouring for capitals?
We've tried to create a transparent feedback loop of what can we actually create in the market and what do our investors want.
Well, 8 Sleep is a company like this that's going to change your life. It's impacting longevity. We deploy between $40 to $50 billion in annual basis and greenfield projects.
Diriyah
is 14.2 million square meters.
How much you're also driving in the United States?
40% of our international deployment is coming here to the US.
As a mentor, what advice would you give to a young entrepreneur who wants to invest?
Learn from past mistakes. So, I mean, if you don't go for it, you're going to look back and wish you did.
We have established to connect Riyadh to the rest of the world.
And what we're trying to do with this brand, with Riyadh, is bring that glamour, bring that grace, bring that excitement back through attention to detail.
How proud we are that you chose Miami, and I think in the world. So thank you very much on behalf of everyone.
Mr. President, if you had to describe United States of America in just 3 words, what would they be?
Love, respect, and strength.